Well, Trinidad and Tobago is once more split, 7-7 mirrored by the 2019 election. The Prime Minister this morning, his message is, come, let us build a nation together. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to Talking Point on WESN Content Capital, a special edition of the program as we have a post-analysis of the local government elections 2023. I'm Keaton Shaw, and that's my co-host and colleague, Sean Michael Small. Sean, good morning.
Morning, Keaton. It's an interesting day. Rain has already started. I thought it quite ironic. Despite the fact that you and I witnessed some last-minute local issues literally just before on the day of the election, and now the day after the election, there may or may not be a risk of flooding. And I don't think enough was debated or said with all the campaigning about issues like that, about flooding, well, to some extent they did have some talk on road paving. I believe, what was road paving going on yesterday, or at least maybe the tail end of Sunday. So I just find it's ironic. The issues are there. I don't know to what extent, despite what politicians have said with regards to, no, this is about local government issues. Despite what they have said, I don't know if enough was debated about it. I don't know if the country really took on local issues, despite the fact that it was a local government election. And now with the results, even the results is more geared towards, okay, what does this mean for the general? As opposed to, what does this mean about the quality of my life with regards to the services local government is supposed to provide me, can provide me. So there's a lot with regards to that is bugging me over this process. And
it's going to continue to bug you. 71 districts going to the People's National Movement, 70 to the United National Congress. At least that's what the results this morning are suggesting. But we look forward to what is to come later on today. The opposition leader already hinting that they will be seeking recounts in at least 2 districts. But precisely what does this mean? How do we move forward? What is next on the agenda of both political parties or all political parties that are involved? Well, the People's National Movement retained their traditional strongholds. The United National Congress also retaining their traditional strongholds. Both parties holding on to the corporations of which they held when the election was actually fought in 2019. But as I said, the Prime Minister last night saying that the People's National Movement could be very proud. They are happy. He also utilized it as something to gauge based off the PNM's midterms with the general elections due in 2025. His message this morning, simple. Come, let us build a nation together. The opposition leader last night also expressing a victory, saying that they've made significant inroads in PNM strongholds, speaking about Diego Martin, San Fernando, and the Tunapuna-Pialco regional corporations in particular. Again, we will get confirmation, affirmed results later on in the program. Sean Michael Small, you're absolutely right in suggesting that not much was spoken about in terms of local government elections on political platforms. I will, when I say local government elections, I mean local government issues, but the campaign is over. The campaign is over. The Prime Minister says that he is happy. The Prime Minister has also indicated it could have been a lot worse. However, this morning he's gauging it as midterm results heading into 2025. We've already heard from the Chief Secretary of the Tobago House of Assembly saying, call a general election now. That is not necessarily a sentiment that has been expressed by the opposition United National Congress or any other political party opposing the People's National Movement this morning. However, the Prime Minister is saying that he is happy. Do you genuinely believe him? I didn't see a look or an expression of happiness on his face last night. You were there at Balize House. What was the general feeling?
Well, look, spin is just part of the game, right? So we had both Jack Warner on Friday, and I interviewed Senator Donald Brigger, Minister of Communications, as well as Senator Hislop, who is the PRO for Tobago, I believe. And, well, both Mr. Warner and the Minister of Communications, they had to more or less kind of spin the whole, no, this is not about general, this is about local government elections and local issues. Meanwhile, for the most part, you're right, what we hear is all a general thing. So to me, last night, and the communicator side of me could appreciate, I found that the PNM handled it well, right? So there's a part of me that wants to commend them for that, and the Prime Minister handled, I think, the situation well. But at the end of the day, a case can be made that now there was, I believe, the runoff where the UNC gained a bit of ground the last time, and now this happened here. So the irony is, while the UNC is not necessarily defeating the PNM outright in multiple elections, the PNM, there's still the narrative that the PNM has also been losing ground in its political position, however small, however slightly, over the course of successive THA elections and local government elections. Is the Prime Minister happy? I will just say that the party that is in power will always have a disadvantage. It's debatable if it's slight or if it's heavy. They're already now halfway into their second term. So, you know, depending on other nations, it could be quite heavy. So there is something to be said about maintaining your position. But at the end of the day, I think that with such a weak opposition, you can't help but be a little bit disappointed, even if you have optimistic.
But though I have said that the opposition is weak, following this election, does it actually suggest that voters, again, over 60% of the population didn't see the need to come out and vote? I suppose they didn't feel that it was necessary, or their vote would have made a difference.
Is it 60% of the voting population? Not right.
The voting population, right? Those who are eligible to vote. However, as much as I have chastised the strength of the opposition in this particular position, are we this morning re-examining, following the results, the mere fact that the United National Congress was able to hold on to their 7 corporations, in some instances gaining districts?
You see, part of the problem is the dynamics are different. So you want to use it as a litmus test for the general, but is it the most accurate litmus test? Now, with that said, kudos to you and Janelle. Both of you all said Friday you all think it's going to end up as a tie. I thought that the PNM would have gained a little bit of ground, but I also said that could be wrong, and the UNC could end up winning more seats than the PNM. Because, and it goes to what you're saying, the UNC does not necessarily have to be strong. It's not about the strength of the UNC. Right? It's not about the strength of Gary Griffiths allying with the UNC or Jack Warner coming back to the UNC. It's about how many people want to vote out the PNM, right? And one can make a case that, okay, so in 4 seats, that happened, but then in 1 seat, it was the reverse. So to what extent now, and that's the problem, it's supposed to be about local government issues. There might have been a section of the voting population that essentially weren't heard enough because the UNC went on and on and on about crime and other national issues and about the Prime Minister and the PNM and the Prime Minister in particular, but also other members did a lot of national level campaigning at the very least for reform. So there might have been both sides, parts of their bases who cared about local government elections. They weren't seen to. The question is with regards to the undecided voters. But again, it's not necessarily that the UNC is strong. And what makes it harder to figure out is the fact that for the most part, we only saw a relatively small change. It's 7-7 still, right? If it was 8-7 in favor for one or the other, that would at least be a little bit more now of an indicator that some sort of change in the status quo is coming. But right now, we figure it's net 3 seats to the UNC, which out of 141, we're not talking about a great margin here of difference. So I think for the most part, people woke up yesterday morning, had an election, went to bed and woke up, and really and truly not much has changed.
I think a lot of people actually would have had conversations more than actually going to vote yesterday, debated amongst themselves. 7-7, the popular vote going to the United National Congress. Overall, that does not suggest much, but as mentioned earlier, 70 to the UNC and 71 to the People's National Movement. I'm wondering who's going to really be the happiest this morning as they wake up. I think the United National Congress, given their position, given the leadership of the opposition leader, will wake up this morning and think this is a victory upon themselves. As you've mentioned, it's not of a great margin, but the mere fact that they were able to gain at least 3 districts suggest quite a bit on their part. I wonder also, the Prime Minister says he's gauging it as a midterm towards the general election, although he's arguing that we should not jump into that campaign just as yet.
Which is a mixed signal from him last night in his same
I
breath.
thought, generally speaking, his speech last night was one that was rather positive and admirable. I thought, okay, you know what, he's speaking well, and he's speaking just from the top of his head.
Yes.
And I, you know, beforehand, he would have had an idea, though, as to what I would like to see, taking questions from the media, which is something the opposition leader did not do, by the way, last night. So
I am not surprised.
Yes, the Prime Minister did take questions from the media last night at Bally's House. The opposition leader did not do such. However, as I said, overall, the messaging from the Prime Minister was well. But in that same breath, it did come across, if you know, in my analysis, as a form of a concession speech. He did say that we're quite happy not to have been defeated and not to have lost ground in the middle of our second term. Lost ground is something that is entirely up for debate. They have retained on to their usual strongholds: Port of Spain City Corporation, Tunapuna, Piarco, Diego Martin, Point Fortin, and those are their usual strongholds. San Fernando, they said San Fernando and Sangirani were going to be the two seats that were really going to decide the election. San Fernando has gone to the People's National Movement, seems that way, and Sangirani to the United National Congress. At one point, actually, they were taking a look at Tunapuna, Piarco very closely as results were coming in and trickling in. That's another thing which I found rather interesting. I thought results last night came in very slowly.
Yes.
Right? But as results were slowly coming in many of the districts within the Tunapuna Piarco Regional Corporation, it seems as though the UNC were ahead. As we got in later into the night, all that flipped. The People's National Movement were ahead. And in the end, that has gone to the PN. And we're also taking a look at San Fernando, as I mentioned, and I probably sound as though I'm repeating myself, but it's the same trend. When results were slowly coming in, the United National Congress did look ahead in several districts, but it was very closely fought.
Yeah, but that could be just a quirk of the counting, of the physical logistics, right? It just happened to be counted in that order. So when people want to talk about, oh, and then they caught back up and stuff like that, honestly, does not matter, because the votes are what the votes are. The ballots will be the same regardless of, you know, who surges ahead first or not. I always found that interesting with regards to the election commentary when it is discussed in terms of, okay, but can they catch back up kind of thing. Here's the thing, though. I will agree that, well, obviously you don't expect the Prime Minister to come out doom and gloom and say, well, my party lost 7-7. Obviously, you know, we must listen to the man in Tobago and call a general election now. You know, things Farley says, by the way, is almost like things kids say. That's more or less all I have left with regards to some of those utterances. I don't know why he's even wading in on this in such a immature manner and not really making himself look good, as opposed to taking the opportunity to be more professional and, in a state where Trinidad politics is weaker, rise above it, which he could have done. But with that aside, I understand the Prime Minister has to do damage control. I honestly think that the leader of the opposition, whether they believe it or not, is also doing, to some extent, damage control. Because everybody had big promises with regards to this local government election, right? We're gonna win this, we're gonna win there, we're gonna beat them, licks, blah, 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 right? And at the end of the day, nobody got licks. For the most part, it's 7-7. And I think both parties need to now ask themselves, where did we go wrong? Because we were not able to break that tie. Remember the other tie we saw went from 6-6 to 14-1. Where did we go wrong?
What has gone on, Sean, is that, let's understand, historically speaking, and then we've had this conversation before in talking points, local government elections are of no interest to the majority of people here in Trinidad and Tobago. Let's just be quite frank.
Yeah.
It's of little to no interest. Where have both parties gone wrong? Though you've had instances of bringing back Jack Warner, for example, you've had this coalition with Gary Griffith and the NTA, as well as the People's National Movement speaking about local government reform, they were not able to energize their base enough. They were not able, in fact, if anything, I'll correct myself, it was only the very, very strong base of grassroots supporters that came out and supported in this election, possibly why over 60% thought, listen, I'm not going to bother and waste my time to dip my finger in that ink yesterday. That is where they've gone wrong. There was no strong campaigning on the part of anything to do with the issues of local government.
Yes.
Because even though you had the Prime Minister speaking about local government reform, I'm still of the opinion this morning that the population still do not truly understand how local government reform will benefit them, how it is going to work. We've spoken about the results. We haven't spoken about how we're going to get there, which is an absolutely crucial part of the conversation. In the instance of the opposition, yes, they've spoken quite a lot on national issues. They focused a lot on the feelings of a PNM central government, and they have argued on the part mostly on national security. Secure TT focused mostly on that. They were not able to tell the people this is extremely important as per your future. Every single vote counts. They were not able to do that. They were not able to achieve that at all in this election. And that is why it's going to be interesting going into 2025. The results last night were not entirely surprising, because at the end of the day, it just goes to show that there are people in Trinidad and Tobago, and there will always be people in Trinidad and Tobago, who are voting purely on their, I suppose, their grassroots support, their family history, who's in power, people who we have traditionally voted for. That is what is taking place.
Well, first thing, Mr. San Fernando, if you can hear me, are we taking calls today? By the way?
Unfortunately, I don't know if we do have the time. We will. We will try to later on towards the end of the program.
If not today, sometime this week, I would like to hear with regards to your local government representative, how he went. I will say this, Fish, he got his seat under the PNM slate. Now the question is, was it a seat that was formerly UNC? Did they vote because of him, or did they vote? That is maybe like a very small anecdote of a case study that might be statistically irrelevant anyway. That would be interesting to analyze. But I agree with you. I think you hit the nail on the head. The apparent lack of interest in the election, and with the amount of campaigning that happened, this is part of the reason why I feel both parties need to look at themselves and say, well, where did we go wrong? We did all this campaigning. We could not get the voting amount to increase by any significant amount. I think that if both parties, if we saw a high voter turnout, even at 7-7, I would have said, hey, the campaigning was successful for both parties. But as it stands right now, it seems as though the turnout wasn't that great. It was typical, potentially average. I haven't seen the actual numbers myself yet. But the point is that apathy of the voting population, because there's 1 million of us who was more or less registered to vote yesterday, the apathy by the voting population to not be involved. Now the question is, I would say, with regards to your campaigns, where did you go wrong? Because you could not get, for the most part, you're saying that they got the base of each side. That means that they could not get the voters in the middle, right? And the results, the 7-7 results, maintaining the status quo, for the most part, I think, supports what you just said there. I believe that is it. And now the question is, well, if it seems as though a lot of people don't really care about this local government election, how accurate of a litmus test is this? And I think that's also why, as much as there might be a net gain of 3 seats for the UNC, I think if it was 3 seats for the PNM, 4 seats, 5 seats, for either party, not enough was seen out of these results. These results are too bad for both sides to say, oh, you know, momentum is in favor of one or the other going into the general within a year and a half, 2 years. So to me, both parties, externally, you could claim all the victory you want. Of course, don't be over the top and ridiculous, because it'll be very transparent. We'll see right through that nonsense. However, internally, if you are believing that it was a victory and you are a member of the PNM or the UNC camp internally, you drinking that Kool-Aid, then I'm sorry, but I think you missed the boat with regards to analyzing the results. And hopefully that does not harm you in the upcoming general.
I think I differ a little bit in terms of opinion. I think whilst not one particular party can say that we were victorious, the United National Congress has made some ground. And in their eyes, they're going to see that as some form of victory. And you can't argue against that. I think for me, yes, you just did. In my opinion, it's very difficult to do so, because that's why I said my opinion differs. I don't necessarily agree with what you were suggesting. Right. I also think that given what we saw transpiring with this heavy and hard push for local government reform, it would have been in the best interest of the People's National Movement and their push for local government reform if the results had been, let's say, 8-6, for example, or 9-5, for example. If the PNM were able to get just one more corporation under their belt, they could have said firmly, listen, we've got the support that is necessary.
But the problem is this is not a rejection either.
It's not. That is the thing.
That's what makes it tricky.
And this is why I'm saying, if you take a look at the results and if you read the results, and I've gotten all the polling stations, polling districts on my laptop right now, taking a look at it. It's not a rejection. You're absolutely correct. But this is why I'm saying nobody really cared or focused a lot on this election.
And with all the campaigning, Keaton.
With everything that was spent on this campaign, it is most interesting.
I'll say this though. An argument could be made, because you never know, right, how effective campaigning is. An argument could be made if one side, slept throughout the entire election campaigning period and the other side was pumping, right? The results might have been different. So an argument could be made that they needed to keep up with each other in order to maintain the status quo. The point is, it's hard to know exactly, did the campaigning work, or is it that both campaigns really made no difference? It's hard to know that, but you don't want to take that chance. You don't want to take that chance that campaigning is irrelevant. You need to keep up, and it is what it is.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a break here on Talking Point now, and when we return, we'll hopefully welcome our guest this morning as we get into our analysis and hear from the different political parties as to their reactions this morning. We'll be right back after this.
We exposed 5 strangers to KFC's delicious chicken to see if any time could be KFC time. And at the first bite, the party began. We repeated the experiment during the day, during business hours, on weekends, with sunshine, with rain. And it's confirmed. KFC's flavor makes anytime KFC time. KFC, it's finger licking good.
Let the Home Store turn your house into a home you love. Get everything you need to give your home that special look and feel. We offer household items, lawn and garden, paint center, hardware, plumbing, lighting and electrical, toys and storage solutions. 5 convenient locations: 6th Avenue Barataria, The Falls at Westmore, Pennywise Plaza Shoguanas, C3 Center Branch and C3 San Fernando. Check out our Facebook page for more information and come visit us today. The Home Store. Turn your house into a home you love.
Take some time for yourself or spend some time with the family at Sandy Point Village Hotel. Enjoy our various studio and suite apartments, self-contained with their own kitchenettes and Wi-Fi. We also have our famous 100-foot swimming pool and our beachfront restaurant, the Steak and Lobster Grill. And our location in Crown Point puts us near the center of activity, from the nylon pool to the local nightlife. Call us and make your reservations at 639-8533, 389-2378, or email us at sandypointvillagehotel@gmail.com.
FanZone, your reliable, authentic supplier, has just gotten better. You can now visit our website www.fanzonett.com for your authentic wear and collectibles. The only place where you can use both your Visa debit and credit cards. Visit our website fanzonett.com to make your purchase today.
politics? What is it? Is it that nobody cares about sports?
The kind of support that sport used to get in the past is no longer here.
The thing is, taking a knee doesn't mean that that's the only thing you're doing on it.
Right.
Taking a knee along with other stuff.
Samantha, what are you looking forward to when you return home to Trinidad and Tobago after winning the title?
Thank you very much for speaking it into existence.
Is it no pressure on Nicholas Ball?
It makes me more motivated to work hard and to go out there and rep the red, white and black.
Why are we sending a team to the Winter Olympics?
There are a number of Trinbagonians who are in the diaspora and have grown up in winter sport. It's an opportunity that the Trinidad and Tobago Olympic Committee will not close the door on.
I also believe in the players that we have. Once you can motivate the players, you can get the best out of them.
Welcome back to Talking Point, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for staying with us this morning as we welcome our first guest to this morning's discussion. The Honourable Minister of Public Utilities, Marvin Gonzalez of the People's National Movement, is with us. Good morning, sir, and welcome to the programme.
Good morning, gentlemen. Good morning, Trinidad and Tobago, your viewing audience. Thank you very much for inviting me. It's my pleasure.
Well, thank you, Minister, for being with us. And I guess we could start with the easy questions first. 7-7, what is the feeling coming out there? Of course, you know, I was at Balancey House, the Prime Minister did give a statement. Communication-wise, it was done very well. We appreciate him taking questions from the media. But now, you know, the morning after, I don't know if you have been able to consult with your colleagues, but at the very least, your opinion on how the local government election went.
Okay, so thank you very much for that question. I haven't had the numbers as yet from the EBC or from the party, so I can't really comment on, you know, or to give my personal assessment on the figures and the votes cast. But what I can say, any election in midterm for a ruling party or a government is a very difficult election. As a matter of fact, in the United States of America, the president's party is almost certain to lose their midterm elections. So oftentimes the president's party is in charge of Congress and they're in charge of the Senate, and they go into a midterm election and they lost either both the Senate and the Congress or. So the PNM has been in government for 8 years and has been 8 difficult years. We have been able, the party was forced to make some very, very difficult, unpopular decisions that obviously were in the best interest of the country. Dr. Rowley would have said on numerous occasions that we as a government would do what we have to do for the greater interest of the country, even though it may not find favor with a wide cross-section, but we must do, and we must be prepared to do, and pursue programs that are in the general interest of the country. He also would tell us in cabinet that the minute we make decisions in order to preserve ourselves in an election cycle, then it's a bad place to be. That whilst you're in government, you make decisions for the greater interest of the country, and when the election comes, we will fight the elections and we're going to defend our policies and programs. So coming back to your question, this election could have been easily lost by the PNM. As I said, this is midterm, and normally a government does not perform well during midterm. We went into the election 7-7. We emerged out of the election 7-7. So for the PNM, that is a creditable performance. But the next 2 years, over the next 2 years, we have to prepare ourselves for a general election, and we will do what we have to do. We will analyze the numbers. We would see where we need to improve upon our communication, our engagement with the communities all over Trinidad and Tobago, and we will fight the elections. All right, the PNM has fought every single election in Trinidad and Tobago. We have fought every single seat, every single electoral district. Our opponents do not have that distinguished record. As a matter of fact, in this election, you would have seen an amalgamation of parties coming together to fight the PNM because simply they cannot do it on their own. So we fought the NTA, we fought the PEP, we fought the UNC, we fought Jack Warner. and we were not defeated. So from that perspective, the government going into an election in midterm and emerging out of that election undefeated is not a bad place. We can only consolidate and gain grounds from here.
Minister, I'm asking for clarification on your messaging. The Prime Minister indicated last night that he was happy, that the results could have been a lot worse. But based on what you're suggesting this morning, usually a midterm election is always very challenging for any incumbent party. But it seems as though you're expressing greater concern this morning rather than the expressions, the sentiments of happiness by the Prime Minister. Is this a wake-up call for the People's National Movement heading into 2025?
I'm saying I'm not expressing concern. That is my perspective. I would have hit the ground with a number of candidates all over Trinidad and Tobago. I walked in San Fernando. I attended meetings in Sangre Grande. I walked in several areas in my constituency. I listened to a lot of people. And what I can tell you is that I was amazed that a number of our citizens, a number of our supporters, they are not aware of a lot of the government programs that are available for them. A lot of our young people are unaware of the various programs that were put in place under the Ministry of Youth Development and National Service to empower them. A lot of people express ignorance of a number of things, and when they raise concerns and responding to them, they were a bit surprised that all of these things were in place.
But Minister, whilst it's creditable that the government has implemented such programs, isn't it also a failure on their part that the population whom it should be benefiting are not aware that this is actually what is being taken place? Isn't that where the government is failing?
And I think that is where the government is failing. I think the government needs to do a little bit more on communication and doing what it has to do to get these programs and information about these programs at the lowest level in the various communities across Trinidad and Tobago. So yes, I am prepared to agree that we can do much more in terms of our communication, because it does not make sense that all of these programs that we put in place to empower our young people, engage them, they are not aware of it. I mean, Minister Cummings has been going all over Trinidad and Tobago with his youth caravan. Mm-hmm. They went to the Betham, they went to Carnage, I understand they were in Moruga a couple of weeks ago. They were in the East. And what is the purpose of this youth caravan? It is all about going into communities and engaging the young people on the streets, in the recreational spaces, and all these things to educate them on the programs that are available to empower them. So perhaps we need to do much more of that. We need to ramp up that. I personally like the strategy of utilizing the youth caravans to go out there into the communities to educate our people. I think we also need to. I attended a cottage meeting in San Fernando. I was invited to a cottage meeting there, and I found that it was very useful because a number of people who lived in that community, I think it's St. Joseph Village, they attended, the residents attended, and they were able to interface with us directly. They were able to ask questions. We were able to, to meet with them on that personalized level, and to explain some of the programs that the government has in place, to advance their community. So I like that style, and I intend to replicate it in my constituency, to have a number of cottage meetings. Because I tell you this, gentlemen, communicating in Trinidad and Tobago is very difficult, because the political landscape is very, very noisy. A lot of our people, I believe, are turned off by the rhetoric on the political landscape. A lot of people don't know, when they listen to the PNM or they listen to the UNC or the NTA or PEP, they don't know how to differentiate what is true and what is not true. So they're just, in my view, I could be wrong, but that is my personal assessment, and it's not the view of the party. I have not discussed that at the level of the party, so please forgive me for that. But I honestly believe that a lot of our people are turned off by the rhetoric on the political landscape. A lot of people don't know, when they listen to the PNM or they listen to the UNC or the NTA or PEP, they don't know how to differentiate what is true and what is not true. So they're just, in my view, I could be wrong, but that is my personal assessment, and it's not the view of the party. I have not discussed that at the level of the party. So please forgive me for that. by the rhetoric on our political platform. I mean, when you hear politicians engage in the personal attacks, I mean, can you believe that Jack Warner and Gary Griffith, question my sexuality on the political platform and making reference that I was gay on the political platform and I don't have a family? I could have responded to that, but I chose not to respond to it. But I recognize what they were trying to do. They were trying to damage my character by lies and nastiness. And that is the things that turn people away, especially our young people, from the politics. I took issue with Jack Warner on facts that are before us and the fact that he's unfit to hold public office and to operate in the political landscape on matters that we are all aware of. And I called out Kamala Persad-Bissessar for that. I took issue with Gary Griffith because when you look at the list of his candidates for aldermen, you see his wife, you see his children, you see friends and what have you. And if that is not nepotism, then tell me what it is. And I took issue with that. And I'm saying that if you are not in government and you are bold to be putting forward your son, your daughter, your wife for some of these positions, then it is incumbent upon me to call it out. I did not attack them. I did not attack him. I did not personalize the issue. I took a public position based on what is right. But I was attacked in the nastiest ways. When you listen hold on, gentlemen, when you listen to Arnold Roberts and you hear the nastiness that he spews on a daily basis on his platform, I think the strategy is to turn off voters, because that is a strategy well known to us, especially in the United States of America, that you say the nastiest things against your opponents and you get people turned off, and by getting people turned off, they will not be able to determine what is right and what is wrong. And in that perspective, it makes communication with the public very challenging, because people are turned off, they don't know what is truth, they don't know what is fiction, they are just fed up of the lies, they are fed up of the nastiness, and it makes communication for us as a government very difficult. So we have to find ways. Go ahead.
Well,
sorry.
Yes, I don't necessarily want to lose too much time because I have another question, but I will say this. Talking point here, we have spoken about communication and communication styles, and for the most part, it's already on the record, so it's nothing for me to say I agree with more or less most of what you said there. Some details notwithstanding, yes, the nastiness needs to be removed and personal attacks need to be removed, debate the issues. But I did want to go back now because you were speaking about the transition, the LGE. A lot of people are saying, I mean, I'd call it chapter 1 of the general election, to be honest, because that's what it felt like to me. But what I'm curious about is, because while it's easy initially, I thought, well, why do politicians only talk about national issues, right? However you want to define it. Well, I do want to ask, though, the people on the ground, because it did seem as though a lot of feedback I was getting from supporters of both sides who were speaking a lot about national issues. So it might not have been necessarily politicians' fault for speaking on what the voters wanted to speak about. So I have to ask, you also hit the ground. What was it like? Were national issues more to the forefront with all of this?
Yeah, so a lot of people, they express concerns about the crime situation. In a number of communities I hit, they express conditions or concerns rather about the state of the roads. They noted that the government is doing a lot more in terms of improving our road conditions, and they expressed the view that we should continue with that. In a number of our HDC communities, like I'm just using my constituency as an example, a number of people who live in Ridgeview, which is a new HDC development, they've been having a number of water issues and infrastructure issues in these communities. Now remember, these are people who benefited from PNM housing policy. And you would expect, having access state housing over the last 3 or 4 years or 5 years, they would be contented citizens. But you go in and you listen to their concerns. They have issues with the quality of the infrastructure being substandard. And in many instances, the state entity that is responsible for ensuring that the water infrastructure is in place so that they can get an adequate supply, that has not been in place. And and a lot of these people are very unhappy about that. So engaging them on the issues and the topics of local government, whilst yes, they understand that it is important to reform local government in order to ensure that the other things like the roads, the potholes, the cleaning of recreational spaces, the spraying of mosquitoes, and all of these localized issues, whilst yes, that we are tackling that, there are some other broader national concerns that that are clouding the minds of citizens, and they would like some of these things to be addressed. So that was also something that I recognized when I walked on the campaign with a number of the candidates.
All right, Minister, I've got two questions for you. The first, actually going back to your previous response in regard to the population being turned off by the rhetoric being spewed from all sides and from all platforms, not just one in particular. I'll agree with you. It is disheartening and it is disgusting at times. It's frustrating, especially from the perspective of a young man here in TNT who has very much great love for his country, but not necessarily appreciating what the older heads of the older generations are putting out there or laying the platform for what is to come. Well, that being said, though I agree with you, what has the People's National Movement, whom are in central government, done to unite the population of Trinidad and Tobago? It's a 7-7 deadlock again. A lot can be said about it, but what has been done to unite TNT, especially in our most crucial times that we're facing currently?
The PNM has always strived to be a party that is inclusive of all the races and all of the groups in Trinidad and Tobago. As a matter of fact, the PNM has survived as the only political organization since our independence because of its policies on racial solidarity and inclusiveness at all levels. It is not a perfect organization. There is no perfect organization or perfect political organization. But I can tell you, because of the long and strong traditions of the PNM, that is the reason why we contested every single elections in Trinidad and Tobago since our independence. We can field 141 candidates all over Trinidad and Tobago without entering into any alliance. We contested every seat in Trinidad and Tobago, notwithstanding the fact that some seats might be very difficult. So the PNM is a national institution that we should all be proud of. Because it represents Trinidad and Tobago. When I look at the number of people who came forward and offered themselves from all races, all classes, I sat in some of the screening, observing, the kind of people that came forward and offered themselves for national service. I mean, gentlemen, you all are not in the politics, so obviously you would not see the things that I see. But I am not on the PNM's executive, but I sat and observe the screening and some of the candidates and some of our young citizens that came forward from all races, from all communities to offer themselves for the People's National Movement. And I can see that the party is very strong, the party is resilient, and the party is all-inclusive. Because had it not been for that, the party would not have been getting candidates to represent its interests and the interests of Trinidad and Tobago in every single election, in every single constituency,
okay, so
in every single electoral district.
Though the party may be strong, and we're arguing on tradition, which some might argue is the reason why political parties are losing favour and popularity, however, do you think the population has bought into local government reform? Do you think they truly understand what local government reform is? And do you think the People's National Movement have acquired the support it was seeking? Not what it has necessarily gotten from the results, but what it was seeking to push through with local government reform?
Well, the PNM entered into a local government campaign with its main policy position of local government reform. We have been at this for some time, years, since the days of Mrs. Hazel Manning. She piloted the first paper on local government reform, continued under Franklin Kahn. It went again under Minister Kazim Hussain and now Minister Faris Alwari. And the party has gone from communities to communities all over, talking about local government reform. As a matter of fact, I think it is in the public space where even main UNC spokespersons supported the idea of local government reform, supported the idea of the collection of taxes and the retainance of taxes by the local government bodies to be able to fund activities at the local government level. Such was the extent of the consultation. So the party took the opportunity during the local government campaign recently to go out again and speak to the population. The Prime Minister, quite admirably in my view, changed the rhetoric and changed the mode of campaigning in the last weeks by utilizing the conversation with the Prime Minister model to allow people to come forward and ask questions, any concerns they may have concerning local government, and he was able to respond to them. We utilize the cottage meeting approach as well to engage the public at that level. I mean, and that is what you do as a political organization. Unfortunately, the UNC did not come to the table and offer anything as an alternative to local government reform. As a matter of fact, they campaigned for the general election. They saw this as a dress rehearsal for the general election. And none of the parties that have been opposed to the PNM in this election came forward with their plans and policies for reforming local government and empowering communities. So the PNM was quite alone on its campaign for local government reform and to demonstrate to the national community what we can do at the local government level so that we can increase participation at the local level, empower communities so that we and encourage a number of economic activities at the local government level. This is what we do. Our opponents would have done quite well to engage us on that so that the people, because at the end of the day, the UNC have their supporters, the PEP have their supporters, or that they will not listen to the PNM, and the PNM have its supporters as well. So had they engaged us on discussions on local government reform, I think the population would have been more informed and more educated. But they were engaged in general election matters because for them and to them, this local government was just election was really a dress rehearsal for the general election.
Well,
so they had no concern.
Minister, that's precisely what it sounds like. It doesn't sound as though the campaign is over at all. In fact, it sounds as though the campaign is only just beginning.
And that's what I'm saying. We recognize, because let me tell you this. Kamala Prasad-Bissessar went to the population. She, unfortunately, made some very, very serious statements in this election. She talked about stand your ground. She talked about empty the matic, empty the clip, all of the arming citizens and what have you. If the UNC had won the election, if the UNC had won the 141 districts, local government districts, of course they did not contest 141, just assuming that the UNC or the coalition or the alliance won all of the 141 districts, nothing they were promising to the country would have been possible had they won this election. So it was a hoax because they were promising the country could not have delivered at the local government level. And we have been telling the country, listen, this is a local government election. On August the 15th, the PNM would remain in government, and those things that have been being discussed by the UNC and their partners are things that cannot be delivered at the local government level. We came forward with local government reform. We went to every community, every electoral district, and we explained to people in the best way that we can what reform of local government can do for their community. And up to this point in time, none of the political parties came forward and offered of local government reform.
Didn't the PEP try to hand you a document last night, though, with regards to local government reform? And
but she came with a document, and she said, well, we didn't have much time to put it together because the election came like a thief in the night, and but we put some things together in a pamphlet. But that was not discussed on any of their campaign. When you listen to Philip Alexander, every night it was about Gary Griffith, it was about attack Rowley, and saying only nastiness about Trinidad and Tobago. So I was surprised when she came with a pamphlet. Obviously, they did not engage the population on what they had in that pamphlet. And she admitted that they did not have to put a policy together in which they could have communicated on their version of what local government reform is all about.
Well, Minister, now I will agree with you in the sense that no one debated the PNM on local government reform. And I will also say the Prime Minister and your colleagues did debate the issue with regards to the stand your ground law, right? And maybe that's because the Prime Minister makes himself available for questions and the opposition leader is not. However, with that said, with the fact that the other side did not debate the policy issues, right, that you all were putting forward, also, given the level of rhetoric, because I do believe that, yes, there's something to be said about the personal attacks that came from the UNC. The results are still 7-7. So I do have to ask, is it that our voting population is now just so apathetic to these things and they don't really look at the importance of debating the issues? Or is it that perhaps your party does need to do some more work? Because if you frame it like that, the 7-7 result against an opponent who is doing all the wrong things all the wrong way, it to me, as an outsider looking at the PNM, I will have some concerns on that level.
Well, I agree with you. The government has to continue engaging and finding ways to engage the population, going through the clutter and the noise and the nasty rhetoric that we keep hearing. This country is bombarded with nastiness on the political platform. If it is the Monday Night Forum, this Thursday, Sunday, just a bombardment of negativity and misinformation that keeps coming to us on a regular basis. But this is the political landscape, and we can't run away from it. We have to find creative ways to engage the population. We have to find creative ways to distract the country from the level of nastiness and the negativity that keeps coming to them on a regular basis, and make ourselves available where we can engage and interface with the population, at the local level, in the communities, in the villages, and what have you, so that people can understand government's policy. They can understand what local government can do to transform their community, and so that they will not be distracted by the fake news and the level of nastiness and the nasty rhetoric that comes across as political discourse in Trinidad and Tobago.
Minister, my final question to you this morning. You focused a lot on what opposition parties have stated. You focused a lot on the rhetoric from their parties, and focusing on the PNM now. You have admitted that under previous PNM administrations and PNM ministers, local government reform has sat on the table. This was an election that could have been seen as a referendum for local government reform, but it has been argued that it's also a political football. I mean, what next? Without trying to bring up the actions or the words of opposition parties, what is the PNM going to do next within the having to figure out in the next 2 years? And that's a one-word answer right there. But implementation is a word that we've heard many a times before under previous ministers. Is it just going to be normal until 2025, when all the excitements, road paving exercises and infrastructure upgrading just commences back in 2025?
Certainly not. And a couple months ago in the Parliament, we debated in the House of Representatives, the lower house, and in the Senate, the amendment to the Miscellaneous Provision Act for local government. And so that is now a law. We will proclaim it, and in that law, we would have set everything in place, some of the fundamentals in place to transform local government. As a matter of fact, it is when we passed that law, it resulted in the UNC filing an action against the state for some of these amendments, which triggered the local government elections. As you would recall, we won at the High Court as well as the Court of Appeal. The Privy Council had a different interpretation on what transpired, and as a result of that, we comply, we made the necessary adjustments to the laws, and we call the local government election. That was part of the process of the government putting in place and implementing the provisions of local government reform. So we are, and we will continue to implement. Now that the elections are over, I give you the assurance that local government reform will no longer be talk, and will no longer be empty rhetoric. We will move forward to implementing local government reform in Trinidad and Tobago.
Well, Honourable Minister, thank you very much for joining me this morning. Implementation, that is a buzzword, that's a trigger word. So I'll tell you what, we look forward to what takes place. At this point in time, best of luck to you, and good luck in dealing with the issues of the Water and Sewage Authority, because that's another headache on the hands of the population. You have a lot to get done, and let's hope it is done.
We are making good progress, I must say, in the Water and Sewage Authority. Just a couple of weeks ago, we turned on some new water infrastructure in Mingo Village in Tunapuna, as well as in Moruga. It had some successful projects in Tobago, I can tell you. 2 years ago, you would recall, just about 30% of the population enjoyed 24/7 supply. Now, because of the successes of the programs that we are putting in place, it is now over 52%. At the end of the year, given some of the projects that will come into reality, we will get past 65% of the population getting a 24/7 supply. So we are seeing a lot of rewards from the programs that we have implemented. We have reached condition precedent for the IDB loan, so the IDB resources will now be coming in, and a number of projects in central Trinidad, Mayaro, Icacos, and some of those troubled areas, we will be implementing water improvement projects. So I'm very, very happy to tell you and to report to the national population that we are trending positively in turning around that aspect of the utility sector.
Thank you very much, Minister Marvin Gonzalez. Have a good day.
Thank you very much for having me. God bless you all.
Thank you, sir. All the best. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we take a quick break here on Talking Point. And when we return, we'll be joined by our commentator in studio this morning, Janelle John Bates, as well as other guests to come later on in the program. We'll be right back after these messages.
Let the Home Store turn your house into a home you love. Get everything you need to give your home that special look and feel. We offer household items, lawn and garden, paint center, hardware, plumbing, lighting and electrical, toys and storage solutions. 5 convenient locations: 6th Avenue Barataria, The Falls at Westmore, Pennywise Plaza Shoguanas, C3 Center Branch and C3 San Fernando. Check out our Facebook page for more information and come visit us today. The Home Store. Turn your house into a home you love.
I am Rondell Donowa, attorney at law and host of Strictly Legal on WESN Content Capital. Strictly Legal is a legal program geared towards informing you, the public, of your legal rights, responsibilities, and remedies. So be viewing Thursdays 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m.
On the next episode of Nicole Larson Live, living in victory every day.
One of the first tips is putting God in the midst of it, and He's going to direct you. Another tip would be making sure that your business is in line legally.
Didn't you have a waka?
Yes, I used to borrow a waka.
You used to borrow a waka.
And then you said to him, why don't you purchase? Or she purchased a waka for you.
Yes.
Listen to me. Look now, man.
Things are changing around us at the drop of a hat. And technology continues to challenge us. But not only is technology challenging us, but the changes in the world, in our global environment, is also challenging us in a significant way.
Like a tree, you have survived every kind of harsh weather. To believe that you can flourish again after a major catastrophe may be difficult, but by the grace of God, you will flourish again like a palm tree.
An encore of Nicole Lawson Live, living in victory every day. Every Sunday at 8 p.m. and Wednesday at 4:30 p.m. on WESN.
People really want to know, what about me? Where do I fit?
Yes.
What is in the ride for me in terms of a better Trinidad and Tobago? And I'm pleased to shed some light on that.
The purpose of bail is to ensure your attendance at court. That's it. It is not punitive. It is not rehabilitative.
We, the police officers, we are professional, and we are here for whenever the survivor is ready to come forward.
We have the right to private and family life, the right to religious freedoms and beliefs and thoughts and expression. But these rights are not absolute. Certain rights can be limited.
The law is to govern the whole. It's for all of us in public.
This city can't hold me, my vibe's too high. And my heart, it told me, jump right now, you will touch the sky. Feel my love unfolding, like a laughing flame. All who did not know me when not done, they gon' know the name. Million people coming down, dancing to a song. Love is life and life is love, blessings from above. Can you feel the love that's in the air? Well, if you feel it, let me hear you say, dancing, moving everywhere. If you feel it, let me hear you say, na 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 na, eh na 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 na.
When I lost and can't find my way, is your love help me elevate? And when they try to block, I still come again. It's the way you lift me up, I could never give it up, no.
This is the way we celebrate independence. This is how it should be done. An event like this brings everybody out. All different race, creed, everything. This is our country. And how is the best way to celebrate our independence? With our national anthem. The vision I had 6 years ago, trying to make people happy. We started this event not to stop. This event must continue. And at independence, we could celebrate it together as a country. Even though the hard things, the struggles, we will always remain together as one people. Thank you.
You gave us the inspiration to be first. We gave you the solutions that put you first. You walked with us side by side, and we continue to serve you with pride. First Citizens celebrates with you 30 years of achieving dreams, shaping success stories, and painting brighter futures together. And together, we'll accomplish so much more. First Citizens, together, 30 and beyond.
Welcome back to Talking Point, ladies and gentlemen. Sean Michael Small and I were now joined by Ms. Janelle John Bates, a Talking Point commentator. Hello, Janelle. Good to see you.
Hi. Good morning, guys. Good to see you.
Good to see you as well. And of course, a gentleman whose face is familiar and graces us not very often. That's because he is a busy man. Camille Pascal. Good to see you, my brother.
Yes, certainly good to see you. Good to be with you all this morning.
So before we welcome our next guest, I'll ask Janelle John Bates your predictions. Well, our predictions last week, Friday 7-7, proved to be correct.
Indeed.
Surprising? Not surprising?
Well, no, it's not surprising because it's exactly what I said. So I'm not surprised by the results at all.
Camille Pascal.
I actually didn't have any predictions, but I'm not entirely surprised. I think what it was an indictment for Mrs. Kamala Persad and the UNC because they were calling for the elections, and so in the way in which they sold the elections is as the entire country is going to be voting for the UNC and the NT and this alliance that they had. I think the PNM should be very grateful that they would have still been able to hold on to 7 corporations.
And yeah, I think I wanted to say that is probably what's more surprising for me. From all initial indications, the voter turnout is even lower than the 34.5 that was on the last occasion. So that is more surprising to me, given the effort and the vigor that both main parties and newcomers have shown in the election.
And yet, I suppose I'm the least surprised this morning because I still believe the population does not understand how important local government is, but perhaps because local government has not worked for them, and that is why the citizens yesterday saw it as not being fruitful in coming out and dipping their finger in that ink. It's more than that, but I'm now joined by the ARIMA coordinator of the United National Congress. I also believe he's the legal officer of the United National Congress, Mr. Brian Bay. Good morning, sir, and welcome to the program.
Good morning, gentlemen and lady.
Good morning.
It's an honor and a pleasure to be on your program. I think it's the first time I'm on your show. And I just want to say very much for having me.
Well, thank you very much for joining us. Well, the opposition leader last night saying that the United National Congress has made inroads in PNM strongholds, retaining the 7 seats they had coming into this election. But is it really something to claim as a victory for the UNC?
Very much so. It is a victory for the United National Congress, and more so for Kamala Persad Bissessar. Very much there we have made major inroads in PNM known strongholds. There's no longer a PNM stronghold. In ARIMA, we have made the borough marginal. We have had, there's 9 votes separated one of our candidates, and just one had 40. And it just shows again that Trinidad, but I was going to say Tobago as well, but the people of Trinidad saw that the United National Congress came forward, and the people ensured of this. And I must thank the people of ARIMA for standing their ground nonetheless. And I must thank my team in ARIMA. Of course, we were hoping for the victory, but what we have done is that we have caused shivers to run up and down the spine of the people's national movement in ARIMA.
Mm-hmm. Well, sir, now I can understand the sentiment. One could argue that both parties are going to claim some sort of victory with the results last night, but it's 7-7. The situation at its core and at its most basic level is relatively unchanged. So I have to ask, with all of the campaigning that was being done, with all of the money spent on both sides, and I will agree at least with your opposition leader, with your political leader, that the UNC did give the PNM a run for their money because at the end of the day, some ground was gained. But would you say that enough was done to kind of give the opposition any sort of momentum? Because it seems as though the national issues were at the forefront, regardless of who wanted to admit it or not. Because if asked, so far we get told, no, that's not the case. But in practice, it seems as though national campaigning has already started. Is this enough? Are you truly satisfied with these sort of results?
I am very much satisfied of the campaign that was done by the United National Congress. We campaigned on national issues. We campaigned as well on local issues. We brought what the people were feeling. Because we have to also understand that we have been able to take seats. We took seats from the People's National Movement in that in Sangre Grande. We not only retained the corporation, but we also got an extra seat from the People's National Movement in San Fernando. We have not only retained our seat, but we have retained the seat that where a person crossed the floor. And we have also won a new seat, which is the Marabella West seat. So inroads is more than what we have done. We have been able to show the country that the United National Congress is the political party. Kamla Persad-Bissessar, Senior Counsel, is the person that is needed to take this country forward.
I have a question, Mr. Beg, and it's really a pleasure to speak with you today. I don't think we've ever had that pleasure before. But in terms of Sangre Grande, would you consider Sangre Grande a marginal constituency or a UNC constituency?
Well, in the general things, when you look at it, Sangre Grande is a marginal constituency.
I'm sorry, I missed you. Could you say that again? You're going in and out for me. What did you say?
Sangre Grande,
yes.
When we look at the election, it is a marginal constituency. But when we look at it from a local level, in 2016, the corporation was tied. In 2015, let me go back to 2016. In 2016, everyone thought that the UNC would have been wiped out in Sangre Grande. The corporation was tied. In 2019, the UNC won the corporation. And now in 2023, we have won the corporation overwhelmingly. And I would say from a local government level, Sangre Grande is a UNC corporation.
Right, but traditionally it's been marginal. You're now making the inroads. You know, it's now 6-9, yes?
6-9. It's a little more than that.
20 for local government. Did you not win 6 seats?
No, in the corporation, yes, we won.
Right.
We won.
Okay, so y'all made some inroads in a marginal constituency, which says it can go either way. But Princestown, did you not, which is a UNC constituency, is it not? Princestown.
Princestown is a UNC constituency.
Right, and and it has always been, right?
Has always been.
Right, and did you not lose a seat to the PNM in Princestown? What do you have to say about that?
Well, with that, we can tell you, I understand a recount is being established. And one thing I can tell you is that the PNM, there are a lot of tactics, and our opponents, a lot of tactics that was done that can be very questionable in this local government election. But nonetheless, that recount it has been questioned and has been requested. So we can definitely see a change there.
Mr. Beg, good morning once again. But wouldn't you say that the vigor at which the opposition leader was calling and the UNC as a whole was calling for the elections to be called, when you look at the voter turnout from the preliminary results, wouldn't you say that it didn't really resonate, the campaign that you all ran did not resonate with the people? Because even in UNC strongholds, there was not that level of voter turnout. So it says that although the UNC was calling for the elections, it's still, the campaign that you all ran did not resonate with the people.
I wouldn't say that. I mean, first of all, we must look at the genesis of this whole thing, in that the government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago did not want this election. They were, determined not to have this election. It wasn't for the Privy Council and the work of Anand Ramlogan, Senior Counsel, and that of Ravi Balram and Miraj. The country went to the polls. And the country on a whole, when we look at local government election, it has always been that trend. However, when you look at the type of votes that has come in, especially for persons who has won their seats for the United National Congress, has not only, I would say, increased, but the PNM votes dropped, even in their own heartland corporations. So it means as well that the people wanted to vote for the UNC, right?
But I'm wondering, Mr. Big, if the people wanted to vote for the UNC, if the people just weren't interested in voting at all.
Well, again, the history of local government as well has always been this type of voting. But I will say it again. In the areas where the UNC overwhelmingly won, you would see that there was an increase in the votes, and there was an increase in the PNM votes. Even in Arima, people thought that there would have been a wipeout in the form of the amount of votes to the UNC. When in fact, however, we have where we had in Tumpuna, everyone thought that they would have a landslide in votes. But in Tumpuna, they got a run for their money, right? In Arima Central, right? We were able to close that margin again, right? With Arima Northeast, which again, 9 votes has separated.
Sorry, let me interrupt you for a moment there, because I want to know from your standpoint and from the messaging coming from the executive of the United National Congress this morning as we speak. The Prime Minister has made a statement yesterday saying, "Come, let us unite, let us build a nation together." Is the United National Congress willing to come together and work with the government? They have not done that previously. But now that the election is over and leading up to 2025, is the United National Congress willing to come together to work with the government on local government reform, as they have not done in the past, to push Trinidad and Tobago forward and not just the party?
Well, first of all, I must disagree with you in that the United National Congress has always been willing to work with the government for the betterment of the people of Trinidad and Tobago, because especially within the parliament, we can tell you that the UNC supported many pieces of legislation. It's a lot to read out now or to call out now. But even Kamala Persad-Bissessar, the political leader of the United National and opposition leader, has many times called upon the government to work with the UNC. And they have refused. Dr. Rowley, who has all of a sudden come out now and say, well, let us all come together and let us all unite. But Dr. Rowley, you, sir, has not operated that way. You have refused to enter into any form of discussions whenever there was asked to meet with the government. And if it was in a way that was treated with much disdain. And the reason why, again, that Dr. Rowley wants to do this is because the PNM did not win the local government elections. They did not in any way raise in their votes, because in fact the popular vote, the UNC got it, and that's a fact, and no one could dispute that fact.
But elections aren't won necessarily by popular vote. It just says that in those particular districts, there are probably more UNC people that came out to vote. But on the issue of the government working with the opposition and vice versa, when you look at the issue of local government in particular, and the Prime Minister would have spoken about it last evening, he said when you were called to a meeting with him last November, the UNC did not show up. In fact, the opposition leader at the Monday night forum right before called on the local government councillors not to attend. So when you talk about the opposition leader putting forward herself to work with the government or the opposition on the whole, and you have instances like that, then that says a lot, even on the issue of local government.
But I noticed that you didn't even say the Prime Minister didn't even attend his own meeting.
Well, at that point, but the UNC did. The UNC instructed her leader to her councillors not to attend. So if the
UNC, United National Congress, will not be part of any sham meeting, because the fact that the Prime Minister did not attend, it makes it very clear that it is a sham of a meeting. We will not go and be hoodwinked. We will not go there to be bullied. We will not go there to be, as the Prime Minister talks down to people, bullies persons. We will not be subjected.
But Mr. Big, how could you call it a sham meeting if you weren't even there?
Or to rephrase, shouldn't it be that you would give the PNM the opportunity to fail to show up, but you would need, of course, to show up yourself, and then you can say, look, we did our part, right, but the government did not do its part. But now the example that my colleague has laid out for you, at best you could say, well, even if you're not the entire problem, part of the problem was that the UNC councillors, with the exception of one, did not attend. So we will never know, because that call came out in advance of the meeting. We don't know for sure that the Prime Minister did not attend, was not going to attend, never had intentions to attend. Technically, the Prime Minister can claim, and it would not be unreasonable of him to do so, that he only changed his plans because he was not getting the support of the opposition, and it was he who did not necessarily want to waste his time.
My friend, as much as you say that, my friend, the reality is that the Prime Minister had no intention of attending. The Prime Minister was not going to attend. And that is the facts.
Well,
but
you see, while I understand that you could make a case for it, I don't know if I could say that you could call it a fact, right? I don't know if you could say unequivocally that is what's going to happen. And even if he did not attend, as much as he is the Prime Minister, is it absolutely necessarily for his attendance when it was supposed to be a consultation on local government issues, for information to be disseminated to the councillors and to get the feedback from the councillors? The UNC councillors were more important in this scenario technically than the Prime Minister. His attendance is less important in this.
My friend, again, it's nice that you would think that way. It would be nice that you believe it is that way. However, it was not that way, because this was a meeting called by the Prime Minister. And he had in it, he is attending, but he did not attend because he was not.
Well, all right, guys, before we get too caught up in this, Mr. Big, let me ask you, what is next for the United National Congress? Do they believe in local government reform? Do they believe that local government needs change in order to create better services for the populations of the various councils, corporations, and cities across Trinidad and Tobago?
My friend, the United National Congress has always been about local government reform. In fact, local government reform started under the United National Congress when the People's Partnership was in office. It is the UNC and the People's Partnership who brought reform, and where we changed the whole system of local government with that of getting an alderman. We also changed the system in which we dealt with the form where a corporation with a chairman.
Yes, Mr. Big?
My apologies. The life of a practicing lawyer, clients will call you when you're using your phone.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're also now joined. Sorry, Mr. Big, you were saying?
To finish the point there, I was saying that the UNC has always been about local government reform. The PNM has not been about local government reform, because we are yet to see what is reform coming from the People's National Movement. What is the reform that they have been speaking about? In this entire campaign, when they put vote for reform, but they said nothing about reform. Where is the reform they were talking about? They even brought deceit in their campaign with reform, where they talk about there's going to be full-time councillors. The law, when you look at the law that was brought forward, that is not in the law. The only thing that brought in the reform is the change in the lifespan of a corporation, where they move from 3 years to 4 years. And we must also understand that in this local government campaign, the kind of tactics that we've seen by our opponents, right? We saw the issues of tampering of a ballot box, which I have to say the answers given by the ABC is much needed for desire. Further to that, we also saw where in Sangre Grande, where videos were going around on social media showing payments being made to certain people to keep them away from the polls, and it did not work, because the United National Congress retained the Sangre Grande Regional Corporation, and we took the Valencia seat as well. Right. And that showed people wanted change. Change is going to come. You asked about what is the plan for the United National Congress. The plan for the United National Congress is to continue to represent for the people of Trinidad and Tobago, to continue to tell the people of this country, we must stand your ground. People must know that the UNC is all about securing the future of our people. We will also put in there with our corporations, we will ensure the securing of our people, because Crime is still high in this country. Crime under the People's National Movement continues to be a runaway horse. I can tell you, I am a victim of crime myself with home invasions. So I took this campaign very serious, especially with the securing of the security of our people.
Mr. Big, just be, you know, we want to welcome our next guest in a moment. I just want to quickly ask Janelle John Bates and Camille Pascal what we're hearing this morning from Mr. Big, focusing a lot on the national issue, saying that the United National Congress has always supported reform. Your thoughts on what is being suggested this morning?
Well, firstly, it's a lot of bluster. I'm hearing a lot of accusations with no facts to back it. I'm concerned that Mr. Big is equating what he has declared as ballot tampering, something that's under the EBC, to something being done nefariously by the PNM. So he's now saying the PNM has control over the independent body like the EBC, and he's making these allegations. I would like to know, is it that they're going to take it to court? You're making these allegations. How far are you willing to take it and substantiate the allegations? And the curious thing to me for all of this is that Trinidad and Tobago has always been a country where we are more enthused about voting out. And the mere fact that the voter turnout seems to be less indicates to me that the country does not want to vote out the PNM. They were not even interested or moved by what the UNC has to say. So despite all the vigor, which I would expect from an advocate of Mr. Big, it's all, what is it, sound and fury, signifying nothing to me.
Now, arguably, Janelle, there might be people watching who might be suggesting the same thing about you in your response just now. Camille, your thoughts?
Just as Janelle said, are they going? Have they raised these claims with the ABC and also with the police? Because if you're suggesting that a ballot box was tampered with, those concerns need to be raised, and that's my only.
Well, we now also welcome to the program, ladies and gentlemen, the political leader of the PEP, Mr. Philip Edward Alexander. He's also with us via Zoom. Good morning, Mr. Alexander. Welcome to the program.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning to you, viewers.
Good morning.
Well, thank you very much. You've expressed that the PEP's future, your confidence about the PEP's future. There's a local government election. Again, historically, doesn't speak much to voter turnout. Is that what you gained from the results following last night's election?
105,000 people voted out of 1.4 million people. We're talking this morning about anything other than having a conversation about whether they rejected everybody. The last problem is the people do not think that the solution to the problems we have are going to be hard electorally, and I'm concerned about that. People rejected all. The UNC people outside there talking foolishness this morning about split vote, and Marsha Walker and others talking nonsense about PEP candidates. If they didn't get it 200, UNC would have get it. Those people who voted for PEP wasn't voting for UNC. They came out to vote for us. 800,000 people say no. Why are you not talking about them? You just talk foolishness and stupidness at every chance they get to deflect from their own failure. Gary and Jack brought nothing. Cameron now in a devil's chisom she woke up in this morning. She has to justify having Gary Griffith, who the retreat, the UNC retreated to allow him to come into the party. Got her nothing. Now, they've demonized black youth because the entire country now is about let me lock up and lock it, tap it, knock it, tap it, stupidness. Instead of answering, Brian Bay is there. Let them answer why the decided I'm sticking to the UNC did not very nothing to
all right, Ms. Alexander, I think we're having, apologies for having to interrupt, I think we're having some issues with your audio. I don't know if it's an issue with having to put on an actual microphone. Could you just repeat what you were saying?
From where? From where?
I think we lost you with regards to let Mr. Big answer this morning. That was the last thing we heard in our studios.
Answer. Are you hearing me now?
We can hear you a bit better, sir, yeah?
Let him answer for why for 5 years and 6 months the UNC did nothing to secure the border. Let him answer why for 5 years and 6 months the UNC did nothing to reform local government. I came on neither of those two parties. They two failed front of a contract last year. And the reality for our country going forward today is we need to rubbish them both. The race vote is destroying this country. putting together a panel this morning should be to discuss why so many people, almost 90% of the population, this is not 50% voting. If the numbers correct, 110,000 people out of 1.4 million people voted. People want none. I tell you, we gain ground, not enough to make a difference. I take credit for that. The failure this morning of the government to give the people representation is exacerbated by the failure of the opposition to hold them to account. We take in all kind of hits and all kind of statements, split votes. When the reality is the people want nothing to do with them. We outside here, pulling people out of the almost 1 million people and failed UNT candidates because they posted stupidness. But if our votes had been their votes, they could have it.
Do you think the PP, I mean, what would you say the PP achieved in this election if that be the case?
We gained ground, we gained numbers, we gained size. We established a party-wide local government system. We will be launching shadow councillors out of our candidates in all of the districts that we went up for, the 47 districts we went up for. We will be launching our candidates as shadow councillors to shadow the PNM and the USG and to deliver at the level we've been delivering outside of government. We will make sure that people do get PAP representation. We will get people to fill the gaps up to the 141 over the next couple of months. We are going to continue to launch our shadow MP. We came into this local government election to take the progressive and forward policy that we know as family in this country. I want the people of Trinidad and Tobago to came and say this. Race vote is failing. Less than 120,000 people vote. I want you to numbers are voted with the same of the having and they're fighting about getting vote. This is nonsense. This country lost. These people failed. We are in a damnable situation this morning. And I come into this to hear people talking about who do this better than that. The entire population said no, we want none of this. Well, and a handful of people who get chained up with racist voting come out and vote yesterday. And the conversation you're having this morning is not about why the entire country wanted nothing to do with none. Let's have that. I can speak for my party.
Well, just that, Mr. Alexander, I want to ask, for your party, this is now what we've seen with the local government election results and the low voter turning base. Maybe it's because it's a local government election and historically that's not as popular as a general, although indications that this is worse than average. Now, is your party looking to do anything to ensure that this sort of result does not happen in the general? Because as a relatively new party, of course, it's an uphill battle, but the voting public seems to be apathetic to the campaigning of everybody. What are you going to do now for your party so that you yourself can at least say, look, we are moving forward and we're not going to let this happen? Win, lose, or draw, the results is the results, but we're not going to let it be that we just didn't have people turn out.
I want to answer the question. They keep talking, I will lose the question. The local government is not a local elected general election. How many people on the panel go even?
All right, Mr. Alexander, again, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I think we're having some issues with your audio, so I don't know if there's a possibility that we could put on headphones or something there, but it's a lot of
muffled, so
a lot of muffled noise. I'm gonna pause on that for a moment while we try and sort out that audio. I'm going to go back to Mr. B. The question that Mr. Alexander was asking: what has the United National Congress done in the last 5 years in regards to improving local government and local government services to their constituents within the certain electoral districts?
Well, I can answer that very clearly. That examples like the Chaguanas Borough Corporation.
Try me now and see there's a difference. Try me now and see there's a difference.
Yes, Mr. Alexander, there's a difference. But before we come back to you, Mr. Big was actually answering your question with regards to...
No. Try me now. I had on a Bluetooth device. Try me now and see this better.
It's a lot better. It's a lot better. But we're coming back to you in just...
You hear me better now?
Yes, we are.
No, I'm not hearing you, so
we're going to sort that out. We're going to sort that out for you. No worries, our technical team is working on that. Mr. Big, your response?
Yes, so as I said, the Shogunas Borough Corporation, we have been able, with the limited resources that we've had, and due to the discrimination of not being given the resources that is needed, the Shogunas Borough Corporation has always been ensuring that persons receive much delivery. And a lot of areas, such as in Marchin, that is the Marchin district, where all of the street lights were taken care of, all of the recreation grounds has been taken care of. I moved to Sangre Grande, in Sangre Grande, a lot of work was being done, especially in Sangre Grande, seat under Mr. Nasser Hussain. Hence why he retained the seat. So we have been doing a lot of work in our areas.
Well, I would beg to disagree with that. Being a resident of the Shogunas Borough, I can indicate to you the roads are terrible, street lights are not working, and my question is, did not the Shogunas Borough return a large sum of money back to central government, indicating that they did not even use? Isn't that the case?
They had money to return.
Well, yes, but Mr. Big, isn't that the case? Didn't the Shogunas return? But I'm not getting an answer.
Well, with all due respect to you, ma'am, all right? When we talk about roads, first of all, the roads that are bad is because of the fact that central government is not doing their job when it comes to that. You are talking about from what Mr. Faris Al-Arawi, Minister of Local Government, is talking about the issue of returns. But sadly, Mr. Al-Arawi doesn't understand local government. That whenever there's something called expenditures that has not been able to be expensed, it is called a return. So maybe you should understand local government system before you speak on it.
But this is the question, why wasn't it used? You return it because you did not use it. And as I said, the roads that I'm speaking about are not roads that fall under the jurisdiction of the ministry. They are roads that are within the purview, because I live there. I don't know if you live there. I doubt you live there. The roads, the street lights, the garbage, Tuesdays when they're supposed to pick up garbage, they don't. So in UNC boroughs, there's work to be done, and I think we have to be honest on all fronts.
Are you hearing me?
There's work to be done in all boroughs, and that is where reform would have helped.
Yes, Mr. Alexander, hold on.
You can, I'm the former corporate secretary for the Shogunas Borough Corporation, so I don't think you understand the Shogunas Borough Corporation. Further to that, when these roads that you say is not good, which says it's what you call secondary roads and not major roads. So let me tell you that corporations do not have the necessary, sorry about that, 1 second. As again, I'm practicing.
All right, while we wait for Mr. B to join us once more, Kemuel, I think you had an opinion you'd like to share.
Yeah, well, I also...
Hold on, Mr. B, just one moment, yeah, Kemuel.
I also live in the Shogunas Borough Corporation, and I had no idea that you are the former corporate secretary for the corporation, because it's a matter, we don't really hear from the representatives. But in the district that you mentioned, that falls under Adrian Ali, if I'm not mistaken. And I can say, in all fairness, that he is one of the only councillors that I know in the Shogun Corporation that works. That's Monroe Road, Charleville, if I'm not mistaken.
That's Monroe, that's Carney, Savannah, Monroe Road.
Right, yeah. He's one of the only councillors that I can say safely because I live in the district. He's one of the only councillors. He's one of the only councillors that actually does work. But on the point of work needing to be done, I do think that some of the other councillors, even in UNC-run corporations, do need to increase the amount of work that they do. Because how is it that one councillor in the Shogunas Corporation can do it, but the others aren't doing it? Or they aren't?
Are you hearing me now?
That not only is Adrian Ali working, but I can tell you, Richard...
I'm going to have to assume you're not hearing me and leave the Zoom because nobody's acknowledging me.
Yes, I've been trying to tell Mr. Alexander, we're hearing you, but...
I would like to get into that conversation, please.
Go ahead, Mr. Alexander. Let's say your thoughts.
Because Mr. Brian Bay is being disingenuous. The Progressive Empowerment Party took the Shogunas Borough Corporation before the court for failure to give the people, the vendors, the market vendors inside the Shogunas market, the representation they deserve. It was living in filth, and we have all our video footage. They run quick and fix up and change lights now to evade it because a local government election was called.
all of these parties have failed the people. And we have too many people willing to come and talk nonsense and defend mediocrity. The reason nobody voting is because local government, like central government, is giving them no representation. I was making a point just now when you asked me,
yes,
what did we accomplish with this election? We are a national party now. After our presentation of candidates in the Center of Excellence, where we packed that hall, the same hall the UNC packed, but we don't have CPEP workers. And every single person in a PEP shirt paid for those shirts. We don't have deep pocket financiers and political speculators and investors. I don't want to get into all those conversations this morning. But the real conversation in Trinidad and Tobago today is that the population, over 1 million people, because it was 1,270,000 people registered to vote, 100-something thousand came out and voted. Over 1 million people said they wanted nothing to do with PNM, UNC, anybody. And we have to face that as a country, because when the population lose faith in the electoral process, it creates an opportunity for different things to take place. And I didn't want to give that any energy this morning. The reality of the situation is Trinidad and Tobago are frustrated and fed up with the politics of bacchanal and noise. Bringing Jack and Gary into the devil's threesome with Kamala failed. They have to accept that this morning. What's going to happen now? UNC need to speak to all of that. Don't come on interviews and deflect from the reality that Trinidadians and Tobagonians are not represented by these parties. That's why there's a Progressive Empowerment Party.
All right, gentlemen, lady, let's take a quick break here on Talking Point. We've been at it for an hour. Let's take a quick break. When we return, we'll continue the discussions.
Let the Home Store turn your house into a home you love. Get everything you need to give your home that special look and feel. We offer household items, lawn and garden, paint center, hardware, plumbing, lighting and electrical, toys and storage solutions. 5 convenient locations: 6th Avenue Barataria, The Falls at Westmore, Pennywise Plaza Shoguanas, C3 Center Branch and C3 San Fernando. Check out our Facebook page for more information and come visit us today. The Home Store. Turn your house into a home you love.
Join me, Dr. Nalini Kokram, on What's Up Doc, where we discuss all your burning questions concerning health.
Trinidad and Tobago is among one of the highest risk group of patients that develop this form of genetic breast cancer.
What I'd like to take home from a short interview like this, screening. You must screen.
Because it's silent.
It's silent.
Yeah.
And because it's silent, you don't know it's there.
What's Up Doc, every Tuesday and Thursday on WESN, Content Capital.
The issue, the continued rise in the price of flour and its impact on the cost of living in Trinidad and Tobago. How should we go about it? I want to ask you, what has been revealed to you about the state of vulnerability in the country because of this exercise and because of what we're going through? Is the government losing the war on the vaccine front?
The discussion should revolve around the common good for the greatest number of people in Trinidad and Tobago.
How do we inculcate a sense of respect and regard for people who may not be of your own political ilk or persuasion?
The communities are now being used by political opportunists. So
when the tables are turned, it's the same way. Okay, this has been 10 questions. I'm Andy Johnson, and we'll see you next time.
My name is Carl Media, and the founder and the host of Ever Increasing Voice Ministries. Join me every Saturday and Sunday on WESN, this powerful station, at 9 a.m. on Saturdays, 1 p.m. and 7 p.m. nightly. Also on Sundays, I'll be on at 7 a.m., 1 p.m. and 7 p.m. at night time. When you come here, we are getting people heavenly ready.
As Kevin Hart would say, damn! Why we have so much minors out on the streets? There's an after-school program happening there.
Side women, don't give up. You know, you can become queen one day.
Those companies who are currently looking for their money that they deposited in the Silicon Valley Bank, it's not there. ChatGPT is basically the start of Terminator. Our relationship with the colonial powers is like a relationship with a little bit of abuse that people like to stay in. And we remember how that was. Put in $100 and later tonight, you'll get back $3,000. I promise you. Or promise you not. Did you rent an accent while you were across there?
When you're in the proximity of Donald Trump, somehow you adopt his aura.
First of all, I thought the $200 would be more than enough. It's $200.
As a goat farmer, I had 3 goats. Yeah, 3 goats and 1 cow. You know the name?
No, I don't.
Right, Messi, LeBron, and Cristiano Ronaldo. And the cow named Haaland.
I love Trinidad and Tobago now.
Good morning and welcome back to Talking Point. We are having a conversation on the post-local government 2023 election results, and obviously in the conversation, if you have been viewing before, we have Mr. Brian Big of the UNC, and also of the Progressive Empowerment Party, we have Mr. Philip Edward Alexander. We are supposed to be joined by Mr. Griffith, Mr. Gary Griffith of the National Transformation Alliance. However, he's still coming in, so let's continue the conversation since he isn't in as yet. So we were looking at the issue of corporations and the work that they are presently doing. And Mr. Big, you mentioned the Sugar Owners Corporation, and Mr. Alexander, you would have responded. I think you would like to continue, Mr. Alexander?
Yeah, because you see, I came into the conversation late, so I don't know what was the topic itself. And I'm not trying to hijack your topic. This is my 3rd interview for the morning. And what I'm saying to everybody is, we have a national electoral crisis. The voters do not want the choices. This is less than minority representation. We're in crisis and we're not facing it. Political analysts analyzing the space between their toes. I'm not seeing polls. I'm not seeing empirical data that people are analyzing to be arriving at all of these pontifications and positions. What I am seeing is a failing country where the system by which we elect leadership has lost touch with the actual citizens of the country. That is a crisis. I want you to hear that I said that, because going forward from here, this country could become ungovernable. The people are not happy with any of us. We need to have a national conversation about that.
I think I would tend to agree with Mr. Alexander in terms of their needing to have a national conversation amongst all parties, because I would have to agree with him. The fact that we're going, just now we'll be below the white line, as they say, in terms of voter turnout, that should concern everyone, because the apathy is growing. So I would actually have to agree with Mr. Alexander on that point.
Well, as we continue the conversation this morning, we're joined by another political leader, right? Actually, I'm being told at this point in time that we're still having issues with the connectivity, so we'll pause on that at this particular time. We'll go to Mr. Big and your response to what Mr. Alexander was saying.
Well, the Trinidad and Tobago, again, our history, right? And I've been involved in this for, I know I look young, but I've been involved in this for a very long time. And our history has always been with the local government turnout. It has always been this way. It has always been this type of turnout. Even in 2010 to 2013, when the People's Partnership led by Kamala Persad-Bissessar, right? That was one of the few times that you could say there was a change in the trend. right? However, the public has spoken nonetheless, and we will deal with it accordingly via the United Nations as a party, as a way in which we will have to see about how much more voter turnout the party itself can ensure to get out. At the end of the day, again, in any corporations that we have controlled, and we have seen that there was a spike in those voters, but also in the non-controlled areas of the UNC, we have seen that there was a drop in the PNM. And
I would like to add again, please, Mr. Big, you're being a little bit generous with the truth.
I think so.
630,000 people voted in the general election for 2020. We have a downward trend. We have less than 50% of the people voting. We have a government that represents 26% of the entire people registered to vote, eligible to vote, less than 20% of the actual population. That is a minority government. Government and opposition together don't cross 50%. It is a crisis. You're not hearing the word I am using. This is not where, well, we had 5 last week and we have 6 this week. So 6
and I don't even think that's the case. Well, talking about the Shogunas, I looking at the preliminary figures I don't think there was an increase in the number of people voting for the UNC. So I would actually want to see the hard figures to substantiate those claims being made.
Well, let me redirect the question in this way. For this local government election, we saw campaigning on a pretty grand scale. Now, maybe it's not a full general election scale, but wouldn't you say, and this could go for the PNM as well, right? Mr. Alexander, of course, you said that your party doesn't necessarily have the purse that the other party does. But Mr. Bake, could it be that, look,
wait, sorry, what did you just say?
You didn't have the election campaign? So,
for the size of this campaign, it is because of our campaign that the PNM and UNC changed their tactics and came on the ground.
Okay, but I just want to follow up on the direction the conversation was heading, Mr. Alexander. For Mr. Bake to answer this, right? And as I said, you could say that the PNM also faces a scenario as well. Heavy campaigning was done, but the turnout is low. The message did not reach the people. So on some level, isn't that a disappointment?
It reached everybody.
Not
the message reached everybody. I have videos that cross hundreds of thousands of views. The people, all of us have that. All of us, there've been multiples of hours of media time, millions of dollars spent on advertising below the line, above the line, radio, TV. You couldn't miss it. People paved the road like it was a general election. The public said no thanks.
Mr. Bake?
Again, in campaigning, in any campaign, there will always be a style in carrying out your campaign, right? The UNC kept it still at a very much a ground campaign, right? We utilized our Monday night meetings as always. Sorry, excuse me. I'm actually still battling a cold. We went on traditional with having some large-scale meetings, but nonetheless, yes, the voter turnout was low, but that has been a tradition, and we have been trying to break that. But nonetheless, it still showed where the UNC was able to retain our corporations. We lost none, right? We made inroads in all the PNM-controlled corporations. We made, again, we have made Arima Borough very marginal. And the next battle
the people made it marginal. You're celebrating an increase in the decrease. The people made it marginal. It is the people that are not voting. You are celebrating an increase in the decrease. That's a distinction without a difference.
Point, while Philip still speaks, right? Just to finish the point, I mean, Philip will always be Philip. Right? The next, for all you may know, the next place that we will be coming after will be the Arima Borough Corporation, right? Because there was not, as our battle zone corporations was Sagre Grande and San Fernando. And as you could see in San Fernando, we were able to retain the seat that Marcus Gildari had.
Mr. Big,
you can tell
answer your question.
Thus far.
And
Was
they
it as
also
much? I thought it was
lost, and they
7,
lost
right?
the seat that Fish, who was a
Yeah.
previous UNC councillor in Arima,
but I
lost.
wanna
Anyone listening to Mr. Big would assume that the Arima Corporation is split some almost half-half. It is 1-7. The PNM has 7 councillors there now. The UNC has 1. So I'm not sure how the conversation, the tone of Arima becoming marginal. That is not the case. And please, when we talk about Mr. Gidhari, we cannot speak about him without mentioning Mr. Fish. That is respectful because that is his known name. That is his name.
Yes.
Okay? We can't. I'm saying don't be disingenuous with the facts.
Well, I
Can
can
ask a
tell.
question to Mr.
I was
Big?
the
Mr.
election
Big.
agent for Sheldon Garcia.
Mr.
Right?
Big,
And
as
I
a
was-
lawyer.
All right, hold on,
That-
gentlemen. Hold on, Mr. Big. Just hold on one second, Mr. Alexander. What were you saying?
I think before Mr. Alexander come in, I should respond to what.
But I just want to ask you one question I've been trying to ask you, and I think you'll hit both with this answer. As an attorney, these are corporations where the ownership of the corporation rejects the management of the corporation more than 90%. What is the next step for people in Trinidad and Tobago in corporations? You're talking about boroughs and regional corporations. I'm saying to you that these people have rights. We are trapping them with a local government election that did not represent them. What in the courts can we use to fire the government and the opposition out of them so that the people who own those corporations, because the marginalizing you're talking about, it is the people have done that. The local government election could be, you could compare it to a shareholder meeting, and the shareholders came and said, we want none of those directors. What is the next step in the courts because the local government election didn't address it?
Well, there are many ways in which a person can see redress at the court when it comes to with dealing if a corporation is not representing you well. All right? There are many ways. But however, if I go into that, we will have to go into the next hour. And that will take very long.
But would you agree that that is what took place yesterday, that the shareholders said they do not want the directors? 10% said 10% said they were okay with it. The other 90% said no.
Well, I don't share that view. Again, traditionally, Philip, right? Traditionally, local government turnouts are always very low. Right?
But there's a reason. There's a reason for that. There's a reason. Up to the night before, hours before, I was on the ground in motorcades filming video of garbage piled up in communities, grass not cut, roads in terrible disrepair. And the UNC didn't campaign on those issues. The UNC used the local government election as a soapbox to grandstand for a general election, to say, look, my 2 new tools, Gary and Jack, as if Gary and Jack brought anything to the conversation. They may have popped you.
Nonetheless, and I would say, and again, in response to the lovely young lady whose name has escaped me, you talked about Sheldon Fish Garcia. Yes, he retained his seat. First of all, the Arima Central seat has always been traditionally a PNM-controlled seat. When we won that seat in 2021, I was very much involved in that. In fact, I was the election agent for Mr. Sheldon Garcia, in case you didn't know, and now you know, right? A lot of work went in there to ensure that Sheldon won his seat. And not only that, when Sheldon won his seat, the party did, in fact, help Mr. Garcia on many occasions. And I can tell you even from my resources of the amount of work I gave and assisted Mr. Garcia with his purchases, because he went around the country saying, UNC never helped me, when that in fact is not true. However, nonetheless, yes, he has retained his seat. Congratulate him nonetheless, right? However, right, we have made the borough marginal in that fact where prior to this local election, if you go back to the results of 2019, which I don't think you did check, right, the results of those candidates then was far worse to what we have now.
All right, gentlemen, I have to interject at this point. Be given time. We've given a lot of time this morning. Mr. Big, I want to thank you for your time, for your presence, for joining us on the program. I'm going to ask Mr. Alexander. Sir, you've been this is your third interview this morning. Just before we bid farewell to you, you've expressed already the lessons that the PEP have learned. You're also confident about the PEP's future. You've spoken a lot that the people of Trinidad and Tobago just do not seem interested. Therefore, what could you say, or what could you see happening in the next 2 years, and what needs to be done in order to raise, or in fact, in order to rid the apathy towards politics in Trinidad and Tobago?
If I were to continue the trend of Mr. Biggs increasing the decrease, I want to say that our numbers actually, our votes, because we didn't have a local government experience before, we can't judge what it means. We also can't judge our voter turnout because we were in 47, not 141. I know we gassed people up nationally. People were messaging me from all over the country. Where my candidate for here? Where my candidate for there? So it's still not a reflection to us. I do know we heavily supported. I do know that the apathy that exists for the PNM and the UNC doesn't touch the PEP yet. I know that the apathy for the total process does. Now I'm going to double down. I have been working very hard, unpaid, at my expense. The Philip Will Fix It campaign is going to increase. We are going to be on the ground delivering in all of the communities. I spent my days and nights of this election in Miaro and Cedros and Palo Seco. I was everywhere. The last night, we were up through the back hills of Covin and Bagatelle and Diego Martin. I want all those people to know that I gave them my word. To the people in Ravi and Sable, I want them to know I gave you my word and I'm coming back to do what I promised that I was going to do. I am going to double down. We have 2 years. We have 2 years. In that 2 years, I plan to give them a full shadow MP slate so that they would have 41, if not 39, if not 41 MPs on the ground, shadowing the PNM and the UNC and delivering to the level that we deliver. I plan to get us to 141 shadow councillors. So we would literally be running shadow government to make sure that the people have access to the delivery of goods and services and somebody to turn to in an emergency. And that's why they fed up. I spoke to people who told me they called the council on emergency. The man say you're on vacation. This job is not a job that has vacation. Nurse, police, councillor don't have that. This is about representing people in a country that is failing. It is going down fast. I am not trying to engage in hyperbole this morning, but any thinking citizen that looks at the country, that every single election has been less and less. We have more people registered to vote or eligible to vote, 1,200,000 and something thousand, and we had just over 100,000 votes. That is not something that you could brush away as traditionally low voter turnout. If the people were getting the service of government at the local government level, they'd be out there voting. I believe that. So for me, in the Progressive Empowerment Party, we are going to double down and work harder. We are going to challenge the PNM and the UNC further. I wanted to make the point just now when Mr. Big was disingenuous with his telling of what was going on in the Chaguanas Borough Corporation. We took the Chaguanas mayor to court. We were suing them for the vendors. We plan to do a lot more of that. In every part and place of Trinidad and Tobago, we are going to be following the dockets of the courts. People have a right to water, to flood mitigation. People have a right to quality health care. People have a right to not be fleeced by the banks. When I was a little boy, my father took me into Canadian Imperial Bank of Commerce in Western Meadow and made me open bank account number 920 and told me every time you get a little bit of money, I was less than 9 years old, he said put some money in there. And that in 10 years, every 10 years, the money will double. If you put money in a bank now in Trinidad, in 2 years, the money go on in fees and charges. Nobody's talking about that because these people are financing the PNM and the UNC.
Mr.
Only a select
Mr. Alexander, my apologies for having to cut you, sir, but due for time, I think we're going to have to conclude it there. But I do want to thank you very much.
But you see, and I want to say to you, these issues, and I don't mean to tell you how to run your station, but these are the issues. If you want to be relevant, you need to bring people on your show. You can't just do media the way the other people do in media. You have to bring people on the show and you have to deep dive. You have a social media tip of the spear here that you could build into something powerful. Let no more stunting and grandstanding. Let's talk issues. Because to the average person who you want to turn on your show and keep watching, they want to hear people talk about this. You have to decide. Yeah. I will come every time you call me. But this is not something that should be governed by time. This should be governed by what you think the public could engage you. You should be opening your phone lines and letting the public weigh in. We need to release some of that pressure. Trinidad needs to pay attention. The people of Trinidad and Tobago not happy. Progressive Empowerment Party, just to answer your question quickly in closing, we are going to make sure our presence is felt physically. We will be in your districts, in your corporations, in your communities, in your constituencies, delivering at the highest level. My number 6822110 is the most known politician phone number in this country. And I want to be part of the rescue. And I want to be part of any conversation that leads to this. I want to work with politicians like Louis Lee Singh and Timothy Hammersmith and Steve Alvarez and Karen Nunes Teixeira and others who have separated themselves from the contract mafia, finance, PNM and UNC. And let us build a real movement in Trinidad and Tobago that excites the people about politics again.
Mr. Alexander, thank you very much, sir. Appreciate your advice and your time. Take care and all the very best to you. Mr. Big, thank you once more, sir. All the very best to you. Gentlemen, your contributions. Take care.
I was kind of hoping I would have gotten to say thank you, but...
no, Mr. Big, you've had the majority of the time this morning on the program, so I do want to thank you very much for your presence and your contribution.
Nonetheless, I say thank you to you all. It was a pleasure. It's my first time here. And I must say I enjoyed the banter, especially with my lovely young lady there.
My name is Janelle John Bates.
Janelle John Bates.
Yes,
thank you.
Don't forget it.
I don't think he will after this morning.
I don't think I'll ever forget you.
All right, Mr. Bates.
Very good. Sorry?
Are you a lawyer, Ms. Bates?
I am.
I thought so.
All right.
By your style, I can tell of your vibrant advocacy.
All right, Mr. Big, take care. Keep well.
Take care. Stay safe. Have a great day. And let us still continue to secure our nation.
Thank you, sir.
But Keita, now I feel bad because I wanted to make a parting shot and he say all these sweet, kind words. I can't even say what I want to say.
Unity.
No, but honestly, I do want to indicate though that I understand that Mr. Big has to do what he has to do for the party. But one curious thing he kept doing though, he equated traditional with acceptable. Because something has been bad doesn't mean it should remain that way.
That's an interesting point.
Which is the point that Philip Alexander was making. You're saying... You're
Mr. Big, come into the station.
You're saying less is more because...
on it, I rather on it, and we are going to help solve that problem.
Well, Mr. Big,
the United National Congress in 2025.
Oh. Mr. Big, thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much for your contribution. I'm going to go to my colleague, Camille Pascal. Camille, your thoughts and opinions?
Yeah, he kept saying less is more in terms of the local government, hence the reason Edward Alexander kept saying the same thing. It's not that less is more. You are seeing a downward trend in the amount of persons coming out for local government elections. It cannot be acceptable. We can't be saying, well, we're making inroads, so because less is more, we can't continue in that way. It must be that we find some way to get people out to vote because local government issues are just as important as central government issues.
Well, I want to argue it's somewhat even worse because as much as Mr. Moana wanted to refute it on Talking Point Friday, those of us who have looked at a lot of the Monday night forums, that even Mr. Warner's own talking points was about the Prime Minister.
Yes.
Right? That was the details that he was giving us. So, you know, the PNM does have to now, at least behind closed doors, do we have the mandate for reform? Is this enough? The UNC now, they have to say, look, we put out a national campaign there,
Can we just
right?
for a moment, let me just
And we got local government
you guys
numbers.
just for a moment. We focused a lot on the rhetoric this morning coming from all sides. Janelle, you put forward your experiences. You put forward your experiences, which were contrasting, but two different parts of Chagonas. But a lot of what we saw this morning, even from the Minister Marvin Gonzalez, and this is before you guys came on, was again this back and forth. And in fact, the last question I had to ask the Honourable Minister is, okay, put aside the UNC and all the other parties, what is the PNM going to do now? What's next? And he used one word, implementation. How many times have we heard that before? We've heard a similar thing being expressed this morning from Mr. Brian Bigg in regards to we've made inroads, we've held onto our traditional seats. And I'm getting rather frustrated at this constant use of this term traditional. Traditional is not working. It's proven to be defunct. So basically, ladies and gentlemen, as young people here in Trinidad and Tobago, how long is it going to take before we experience the change that we so desire? When I say we, I mean, generally speaking, the young people of Trinidad and Tobago who still have an active interest, rather than the politicians who have remained there for decades. When are we going to experience that change?
Well, then I think that's a rhetorical question because you're asking the wrong people. We, neither of us, correct me if I'm wrong, neither of us are in any representative position. So you're asking us, when are we going to see the change? We cannot speak to that. When do we want the change? No. We want it now.
To a certain extent,
Yes.
you can speak to that because you are in a political party. You will
I
see
am
what
in a
is
political
taking place in that political party. Could you see, could you say for certain that you are seeing a change, a shift towards new thinking, towards critical thinking?
Well, you see, saying a shift towards critical thinking indicates that there was no critical thinking, and I would have to disagree with that position. I would say, though, I think this local government election will be a wake-up call. Because I do believe there are critical thinkers. I mean, I am a member of the PNM. There are critical thinkers there. So I cannot see that you would watch the results, and we need the full results to really do the deep dive on the analysis. You cannot watch the results that we're hearing right now and not think to yourself that more has to be done.
But you said another traditional statement because
Which
you have
is?
to point out the critical thinkers in the party for me. But apart from that, isn't every single election,
Yes.
after every single election, we can't look at the results, but it's a wake-up call. Again, that's something that's traditional. Eh?
Well, some things may be trite, some things may be traditional and fact. It is a fact. What is the point in having an election and you do not analyze? You have to analyze what the results are. A post-mortem after any engagement is important. So I have to say that because it has to be done.
I want Camille to jump in here on this, yeah.
I agree, but on the point of how do we effect change when we are not in a position of change, it's simply us speaking up. But I mean, some people may say how much or how many times will we speak up? How much are we going to?
Well, so here's the flip side to that, because ironically, the two of you are the two main examples where different points of the age bracket, right? So your circles are different. You all are not literally in the same circles, at the same demographic, in the same profile. You all occupy different enough spaces. It's still anecdotal. But my point is, you all have both indicated your peers are not looking to be engaged in politics, right? You in youth parliament, you with young professionals who now have reached a point in their career where, you know, you would think that they would be a bit more responsible and have a bit more time. They're not starting out in entry-level positions. Is it that young people are just not engaging? Because that's my fear. I do wonder if these results are just further indication that young people are not looking to engage in politics. And we could lament about the old people as much as we want, but we stuck with them because we don't have young people coming up to replace them. Maybe because the old people not letting them, not giving them room, right? But at the same time, you know, do we wait? Do we ask for permission? Please say, can we get our chance at the table?
We can't wait, and we have to use every opportunity to speak. So I would have to agree with Camille there, because let me give a personal experience. Yesterday, on election day, I had to personally speak to 3 members of my family in the 20s to 30s and talk to them and explain to them why they should vote and perhaps why they should vote a particular way. I had to have that one-on-one conversation, and I said to them, when they made that decision, One of them actually went to influence another friend of theirs, and I said to them, each of you all now have to go and speak to someone else, another of your friend, and convince them, because we cannot just sit back. You have seen my point, you've seen the light. You have to then be the light. And that is what I think. We need to engage in these spaces, engage in every opportunity. We have social media, a wonderful space that gives all of us the opportunity to say what we have to say freely.
Yes, but what about, though, I mean, that's one thing from on the side of voting. What about actually participating and trying to, you know, whether it's changing system from within, be an alternative, right? What about that aspect of it? Because we're voting for the same people over and over again.
I've heard a lot this morning. I've heard a lot. My opinion remains that we're still waking up. We haven't woken up as yet.
We're not waking?
Yeah, we're not opening our minds at all.
Snoozing.
We haven't opened our minds at all.
We hit that snooze
and
button.
I will make the argument that as much as we're seeing youth need to be more engaged, they need to also participate and take part. I also believe that the older generations need to be engaging youth a lot more.
I would agree.
In other words, giving them the opportunity. I have seen, and I've been privy on this platform, to realize and understand that Trinidad, the young people of Trinidad have a lot to offer. The unfortunate thing about it is, because you're putting an individual in the post of a councillor, does not necessarily mean that you are giving them an opportunity, because guess what? After the election, does this support exist? The communities are not experiencing it, and I'm pretty sure that's something that we could all agree on.
Yes.
All right, so I'll tell you what, let's take a break here on Talking Point. When we return, we have a gentleman who's been waiting in the Zoom for quite some time. We're going to give him his time that's due this morning, so we'll be right back after this.
We exposed 5 strangers to KFC's delicious chicken to see if any time could be KFC time. And at the first bite, the party began. We repeated the experiment during the day, during business hours, on weekends, with sunshine, with rain. And it's confirmed. KFC's flavor makes anytime KFC time. KFC, it's finger licking good.
Let the home store turn your house into a home you love. Get everything you need to give your home that special look and feel. We offer household items, lawn and garden, paint center, hardware, plumbing, lighting and electrical, toys and storage solutions. 5 convenient locations: 6th Avenue Barataria, The Falls at Westmore, Pennywise Plaza Shoguanas, C3 Center Branch and C3 San Fernando. Check out our Facebook page for more information and come visit us today. The Home Store. Turn your house into a home you love.
Join me, Dr. Nalini Kokram, on What's Up Doc, where we discuss all your burning questions concerning health.
Trinidad and Tobago is among one of the highest risk group of patients that develop this form of genetic breast cancer.
What I'd like to take home from a short interview like this, screening. You must screen.
Because it's silent.
It's silent.
Yeah.
And because it's silent, you don't know it's there.
What's Up Doc, every Tuesday and Thursday on WESN, Content Capital.
Join me, Sule A. Joseph, as I delve into the day-to-day psychological issues plaguing our society. We will discuss behaviors that encompass the biological influences, social pressures, and environmental factors that affect how you think, act, and feel. Sight, Thursdays at 11:30 a.m., only on WESN, Content Capital. Take some time for yourself or spend some time with the family at Sandy Point Village Hotel. Enjoy our various studio and suite apartments, self-contained with their own kitchenettes and Wi-Fi. We also have our famous 100-foot swimming pool and our beachfront restaurant, the Steak and Lobster Grill. And our location in Crown Point puts us near the center of activity, from the nylon pool to the local nightlife. Call us and make your reservations at 639-8533, 389-2378, or email us at sandypointvillagehotel@gmail.com. Welcome back to Talking Point, ladies and gentlemen. The show, the station that is often, imitated but never duplicated. And of course, our Local government election coverage continues. We are joined finally by the political leader of the NTA, the one and only Mr. Gary Griffith. Mr. Griffith, good morning, sir. Thank you for your patience. I hope that you found the previous conversation enlightening and maybe a little entertaining. But now, sir, we would like to hear from you on your thoughts on this event that has taken place last night and yesterday. Morning.
Yes. Yeah, hi. Good morning. Well, again, I listened to the sparring session previously. It was very interesting. I beg to differ. I listened to everyone seeing the glass half empty. I'm seeing it in the opposite direction. I'm seeing it half full. We're looking at all the bad and the ugly of what has taken place over the last few months and the results. And then everybody is blaming society, blaming the civilians, saying that they are not voting, that the people are fed up. Why don't we look at the point that this is one of the few countries where we actually had an election campaign that was incident-free, that persons on both sides, I mean, you could have seen no animosity, no hatred, no war, aggression, with different parties walking past each other in a motorcade or whatever. And it showed that regardless of how senior political persons could operate by trying to divide and conquer, these citizens didn't take that bait. There was no violence, there were no major incidents. As much as there have been reports of irregularities, there's nothing that I could have seen that we can pinpoint and say that the PNM were involved in some manner, a clandestine operation with the EBC to steal the election. I have not seen that. Yes, there were several irregularities, agreed. So I think that from a positive perspective, I think it augurs well for our country. We are still developing. We are still a fairly young country. So I think that is what the focus should be on. Speaking about I'm fed up of that old lyric by persons when you lose an election, talk about how few number of people that are voting. That happens. It happens. Get over it. All over the world, you're going to get it. In the United States, the number of people that vote in their presidential election is almost on par to us in a general election. In their midterm, it's almost on par to our local government. So let's get over this nonsense to feel that 100% of people are going to turn up and vote in an election. It does not happen. In a local government election, you're going to get people that they don't see those things of any great value, which is why the determining factor will usually be the base support of the PNM and UNC that will attend a local government election. But in a general election, you'll get more of the independent thinkers, the ONR, NAR, COPNT, whatever you want to call us, that will show up there. So, I mean, I wish to congratulate the citizens. I wish to congratulate the PNM and the UNC candidates who won their seats. And I think that I am seeing it from a different perspective.
Mr. Griffith, good morning once again. I do agree with your perspective. It's refreshing because I haven't heard it from anybody else across any panel between last night and even now. But what do you make of the NTA's performance in this, your first election, your first local government election? What do you make of the party's performance?
Well, I think it's excellent. We went into the belly of the beast, literally. I'm not calling the PNM a beast, just speaking in that manner. That was 31 seats, really 31 probably safest seats. Yeah, the safest seats that the PNM had. We went there. We went to the 2 hardest seats in Arima, the 4 hardest seats in Tudapuna, the hardest seats that you will have in the Diego Martin areas and so forth. So we were like the kamikaze pilots getting ready before the artillery came in. And it's not to say that we were glutton for punishment, but you would have seen that the UNC, their support is primarily in the central and southern area. There was no need for us to have gone there. So we went in an area that is usually controlled by the PNM. And in those 31 seats in 2019, the PNM acquired 40,000 odd votes. The UNC, that was the main opposition to them, got 13,000. So you're talking about 27,000 difference in 31 seats. Divide that, you're speaking about over 900 on average difference. That is as safe as you can get. You know that in local government. So we took the hardest seats and we turned that, where several of those seats, we lost by just a couple hundred votes. Every one of the 31 seats, we cut it tremendously, that amount. And again, it is very comical when you hear certain political leaders try to refer to themselves as the new third party. The PP, I think they lost their deposit in most of the seats. We beat them 3-1 or 4-1 in almost every single seat that both of us took part in. So the PAP, the MSJ, the PDP, I think they lost most of their deposits. They were annihilated. So the main party that you would have seen would have been the NT. The NT is less than a year old, and you had a political leader of a party that's 60 years old. He spent most of his time on the platform speaking about the NT and Gary Griffith. It shows that the NT have now put ourselves on a good foothold. It is similar to what took place in the 1983 local government when the ONR decided to form a strategic alliance with the UNC to build something to 1986. So I am very pleased of what has taken place with those 31 candidates. It was an honor to be on the political field of battle with them. And they did well. They kept to that level of professionalism that I expected and I wanted, not the type of disgusting type of politics that you would have heard by certain persons. We actually have a political leader that you all somehow, I thought WESN had a standard. You all just brought a political leader that was on yesterday telling people how to spoil your ballot. How could people even consider that being a political party? So whereas the PNM and the UNC, there will be flaws. But when you have a political leader telling people how to destroy your ballot during an election day, that says so much about the standard that we have reached in certain areas by the politicians, not by the citizens. So thankfully, the UNC and the PNM kept a degree of professionalism, and the NTA, what we have done is now made it known that we are now the de facto third major force in the country.
Mr. Griffith, good morning.
Good morning.
This is the second time for the morning I've had the pleasure of hearing you. I heard you on Power 102, I believe, this morning as well, yes? You were there?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I heard you on that station indicating that in a system like ours, it's really a two-party system, yes? And it's just that way. It's that way in America. It's the same way here. But now you are also celebrating that you're now the official, according to you, third party, de facto third party. So then my question is, if you are saying it's a two-party system and that's the only successful system, what's the point in celebrating being an official de facto third party? Where do you intend to go from here? Where does the NTA intend to go from here?
And you're correct. So because of our constitution, how it has been drafted, that is why the ONR will get 91,000, the NR will get 127, the COP will get 147. How could you have 147,000 people supporting a party and you have no representation? This was deliberately set like that. But it does not take away the fact that there is a void. And the void, it still mandates that there are many people who do not want to be PNM till they're dead or born a UNC and go die a UNC. That type of, and there's nothing wrong with that. So that's your right if you want to see a political party and they could do the worst things regardless of what, and you're still going to support them blindly. I remember Donald Trump saying that he could go down to Times Square and shoot someone and he will get the same amount of support. So you're going to get that type of blind loyalty regardless of what. But still, if you're going to have that 150,000 plus persons out of 700,000, 800,000 possible voters, or a million now, sorry, you're still going to, there still must be representation for them. And that is why we have to form this type of a party. Because if not, it means that these 170,000 persons will shift either PNM, UNC or not vote. So I think it is still important. Having said that, I go to your point, which is where if I said that there's a two-part, it's either A or B. What must happen for that party to have any degree of representation? They have to make a choice, and they have to make a choice to work with one of these two parties to represent those persons in that bridge constituency, that third constituency. If you don't do that and you play this matter of principle because the PNM and UNC are the worst things in the world, well, then you're going to continue to be a political party that will never have the opportunity to serve those same 170,000 people who you're supposed to represent, which is why the concept of an alliance is optional.
Well, so you said then that you are there to represent the 100 and how much of 1,000 people who have a voice, and you have to choose to work with one of the two parties. Last week, Friday, on the show, we had Mr. Jack Warner, who was one of your partners in this accommodation, yes? And he indicated his position is that the other party in the accommodation, which was your party, the NTA, has to do what he did with his party. They have to dissolve to actually make an impact in Trinidad and Tobago. That is what he said. I'm paraphrasing, but that is essentially what he said. What do you have to say in response to that? Do you think you need to resolve to be important?
No, I don't think so, but I do know many people told me I should go and join the UNC. Many people told me I should join the PNM to replace Keith Rowley. I think that was the problem that the doc and I had initially when that poll took place. That poll caused the problem. When you had 89% of a country liking someone or having no issue, and that became the issue that way to only 50% odd supporting me. So that me deciding what I should do is irrelevant. It is based on what the majority of that third constituency would want. And as it is at this time, Mr. Warner will have his view. Many people, I mean, I have been bombarded with calls with people telling me the same thing. I've been bombarded with calls as well today with thousands of persons telling me, stay there, we need to keep that third constituency. The decision is not going to be made based on what I feel. The decision will be made based on those who I represent. My personal view at this time is that there is no need for me just jumping into one of the two main political parties. I think there's a strong need for persons that are not PNM or UNC to need that type of representation. So my view is different if that is what Mr. Warner said.
Mr. Griffith, it's only been less than 24 hours since we've gotten the preliminary results from the close of polls. Do you think that in analyzing, when you analyze whenever that time comes on, do your postmortem as a party, would you say that the alliance between yourself and the United National Congress worked well for you, or you would have preferred to work on your own? And I'm asking that because on Saturday you were scheduled to be at the UNC's rally, and it was on the flyer, and I was looking at both the UNC and the PNMs. I didn't see you speak. So people were wondering, people had questions in their mind as to, is it that you all are not going forward with the alliance anymore?
I know it's so sad. Everything I do, people try to analyze it and try to think of things that are not there. So what happened, as simple as it was, we had a motorcade. Remember, I'm a political leader of a party, and that is priority. And then we form an alliance with another party. So my priority would be my political party. And we had a motorcade that started in Diego Martin at 8 a.m. on Saturday. It was supposed to be completed by 2 p.m. It was completed at 6 p.m. when we arrived in Arima. So we went from Diego Martin straight through Diego Martin into Arapita Avenue, Rice Road, and the whole of Eastern Main Road. So it took us 10 hours. 10 hours on a truck. I like, thank you. Yes, I know my tan looks very nice. So I was on that truck for 10 hours. And because of that, it made it, I could not get there on time to speak at the 4 p.m. meeting. I sent a message to her, I let her know she understood fully. Because remember, the priority for the NTA was the corridor. That would have been the 5 corporations of Diego Martin, Port of Spain, Sawa, Lavantil, Tunapuna, Piaco, Arima, and then also Point Fortin. So I could not just abandon my party because I think it was the largest motorcade that would have been seen by any political party in decades. It was over 300 cars. We had cars in St. Joseph, and then they would cut people all the way back in Baratara. So there was a lot I had to be at. And then I actually turned up there at an event they had after. So there was no degree of concern about that whatsoever. People deliberately jumped to conclusions because they are hoping that they will see some degree of animosity and friction as what took place between the UNC and the COP. Different personalities, different time, and that's where I will ensure that there's going to be mutual respect and there will be good cooperation and understanding. Because what I'm doing here is not about just the NTA joining with the UNC to team up and make it look at WWF and we just jump in the ring to knock out the PNM. That is not politics. This is about trying to put me to build. There are certain politicians that have spent a lot of time in this campaign trying to divide, trying to destroy, trying to attack. I mean, and it is sad. I know there are PNM representatives there. But you have a political leader that spends most of his time attacking every time you go on a platform. You can't expect to want to serve and lead a country if you continue to show that you hate half of the country. Trying to always attack the UNC and destroy them, saying the worst things about them. It has to stop. Jesus, for God's sake, every time you're on a platform, you have to talk about go and drink your rum, go and drink your rum, go and drink your rum. When he is the only political leader that has about 30 photos with him with a drink in his hand. You'd never see that with any other political leader. So we need to get down with that type of gutter politics. And unfortunately, the PNM-B team that played an instrumental part to assist the PNM in keeping a few seats in Diego Martin that we would have won, but he got involved there to get 100-odd votes that caused the difference. That is no different. We have to get out of that type of gutter politics. You're not going to be hearing me saying the worst things about people and destroying them. I want to spend time on trying to focus on what we can do to build a country rather than to divide it.
But you mentioned that you are the political leader and your allegiance will always lie with the NTA. Let's be quite clear about that. And you had your stuff to do on Saturday. But from all indications thus far, would you say that the alliance, as you're called, or your combination rather, is working for you all as a party? Yeah. What have your executives been saying?
Yeah, sorry, yeah, you did mention that. So, you know, when you form this type of party and you form any alliance with the other side, there's going to be some degree of persons who say, look, you see that, you're going on there, I'm not interested. But by and large, if you understand this, the people who think that you're really a PNM who just vexed with the PNM, because there are a lot of people in the PNM who are disenchanted, but because they hate the UNC, they will never go there. So a third party is formed, whether it's ONR, COP, NTA, they will come on because they are disenchanted with the PNM. But if you hear that they are now working with the UNC, the hatred for the UNC is so much they will say, no, well, I'll just step down. And that's where you'll get a lot of people who did not vote in the local government election. So I think we did what was required. We are not here to please everyone. I'm here to do what is required to help the country. So I think we did an excellent job. As again, a party less than a year old can become the major party other than the PNM and the UNC. And again, what we did, had it not been, people look at the NTA by saying, no, listen, we didn't win a seat of the 31. Those were the 31 safest PNM seats, that's one. Two, we cut every one of the 31 seats from over 1,000 to sometimes less than 200. And three, remember the NTA will also have supporters in Sangre Grande and San Fernando. The PNM strongly felt that they could have taken Sangre Grande. Because of that third constituency voters in Sangre Grande, I pushed heavily. I walked in Sangre Grande to make sure that PNM did not take Sangre Grande. And also I did a lot of walking 5 Saturdays straight for several hours in those marginal seats to ensure that they took one of the marginal seats and PNM and held on by this to ensure that they kept that last seat. So the NTA would have contributed immensely to ensure that the PNM did not make it 8-6. And that they almost would have lost that San Fernando seat as well.
Well, Mr. Griffith, you've compared the NTA to the COP. You've recently just said in one of your answers that that this is not like what happened then, that the dynamics are different between the NTA and the alliance with the UNC and what happened with the COP and the UNC. But I will admit, when I heard about this alliance, I was concerned because I actually was worried that what happened to the COP might just happen to the NTA, while it's not necessarily all the same people, it's some of the same people. And I would say that the trajectory is similar, which is why I'm willing to accept what you're saying about the NTA's position, because the COP started off and did not win anything in its first election, but they continued and eventually they won some seats. However, that is also when they got into the coalition with the People's Partnership. Now, I would say that, look, they did not leave that administration, that one term. By the end of it, the COP's position did not continue to progress. So, would you say, like, are you confident that this alliance is the best thing for the NTA? Because personally, I am thinking the COP might have been better off going its own way and continuing its growth, and perhaps it might be also better for the NTA to grow on its own and not necessarily be caught up with any sort of collateral association with any of the other established political parties who have their established negatives and baggage with them.
Yeah, I like how you put that, and I see your comrade on the other side where she's not in, because everybody who's a PNM, that's what they want. They wanted that so bad.
What do they want?
The PNM, they love the ONR in 1981 when they split the votes. The PNM adored the NAR in 1991 when they split the votes. The PNM fell in love with the COP in 2007 when they split the votes. That is the PNM.
So by that definition, I should love you, Mr. Griffith, for doing this.
No, I didn't split the votes. You should not. I didn't split. Had I stayed in that straight and narrow, and I went and said, look, we are going on our own in Sangre Grande, the PNM would have won Sangre Grande easily, because we have a lot of support of those COP-type voters in Sangre Grande. So had we gone in there in Sangre Grande, the PNM would have won. Had we gone into San Fernando, the PNM would have won, would have kept it at 6-3. So there's the maths, there's the tactics. So as much as you can say, listen, we should go on our own, anytime that happens, the only party that benefits is the PNM. And the same third constituency gets no representation, they win no seats. Now, having said that, it does not mean that we're just supposed to just sleep with anyone and just make a decision. But my point is, we must make sure we keep our being an independent party, and we have our principles, and we stand by it. But on the COP, they lost their way, because I was there, I saw what happened. Mm-hmm. The COP individuals got so caught up, some automatically became members of the UNC whilst being COP members. I saw it, especially even senior ministers. Others inside cabinet refused to fight to defend the rights and the principles of the COP in their own cabinet. So that is not going to happen here. I can give the assurance that my style, and it's not to criticize Prakash Ramada, Winston Lukaran, Carolyn Prasad Bechan. That is, they have their style, I have mine. Mine is to ensure that I look after the well-being. That's my military training. I am not going to sell out. I'm not going to cave in. I'm not going to allow, I'm not a blind loyalist. I lost 2 positions because of principle, if you remember. I was fired as a Minister of National Security on principle. I was fired as a Commissioner of Police because government officials wanted to interfere with the policing and investigations and try to turn us into a police state. I stand on principles, nothing has changed. But in the same way, I'm very tactical. I understand the politics in this country. That third party, if you all want me to represent you, if you want me to serve you, if you want me to save you, then the only way I can do that is to be in a position of authority. The only way that can happen is to form strategic alliances. Let us not criticize this word coalition. It's something that's been deliberately done by the PNM. There have been over 80 countries in the world that had coalition governments. Some have worked, some have not. Many still exist right now. That's almost half of the countries in the world. Many countries have only had a government that stays on its own, and many have collapsed, many have failed. This present government, people see as being the same. So whether you have a government on its own or a coalition, you just can't point fingers and say, well, those things don't work. It did not work in 86 and 2010 because of probably the individuals. My style is to always ensure that things can work. And that's what I intend to do. Trying to ensure not just the NT and the UNC, but there are several other minor parties that people see as being insignificant. And sadly, the leader of the PP, if he takes off his arrogance, trying to attack everyone, he can be of value. But you can't be of value in just trying to say the nastiest things about people and expect you to be considered as being relevant. My job is to find people who want to serve the country, who really care about Trinidad and Tobago, bring them together, because I believe in that scene. As I said, I continue to say the whole is greater than the sum of the parts.
Mr. Griffith, we've got an idea now of the NTA this morning, but my question comes in 2 parts. One, is the NTA the de facto third party for the next 2 years, and come 2025, that may change for the general election? The second question is, the principles of the NTA, I'm assuming those are the same principles of Guy Griffith. How is that different to the principles of the United National Congress?
Well, again, all right, but let me go back to the first point. In the next 2 years, yes, definitely, we would be considered as the third major party. The PNM will spend all of their time witch hunting, fishing expedition, because they've done so much. They've spent more time trying to assist, trying to hope that the police could find something on Gary. They could keep checking. This ain't going to happen because it's not there. So just by me being seen as a major threat to Dr. Rowley, it shows how relevant the NT and Gary Griffith is going to be, because I am going to be that pendulum that is going to shift that scale over to the parties that are not aligned to the PNM. Because remember, like for example, who wins St. Joseph wins the election. It is that simple. And sometimes it is just that little shift. The NTA is not going to be that little. We are a major force that will ensure. So as I said, if we can cut into so much over like from 1,000 votes to less than 200 in the 31 most critical and safest PNM seats, it shows how easy it is going to be done in the St. Joseph, in the Tunapuna, in the La Hoqueta Talparo, in the Arima seats. So that is a given that the PNM will lose with a credible third political party. As it pertains to the principles and so forth, yes, the NTA, we will continue to stay by certain principles, which is why that third constituency must have that degree of representation. We would work with other parties. And again, if another party has serious matters of concerns that would affect the NTA, well, obviously my executive will look into it. And I'm sure the UNC will say the same about us, because you don't just be pointing fingers. There's this perception that this third party must always be seen as we are pure and we are perfect, and the PNM and the UNC are vulgar and disgusting. That is not true. These are 2 major political parties that have done so much for the development of this country. And instead, because you're PNM, you say the nastiest thing and you don't see what the UNC has been able to accomplish in 2010 to 2015 is mind-boggling. And then likewise, because you're not a PNM supporter, you try to allude to the fact that the PNM is the most disgusting thing that has destroyed the country. The PNM has provided the framework and the foundation to develop Trinidad and Tobago. Yes, both sides have made major mistakes. They are human. And it has to do with the individuals, not the party. So I am not into this trying to discredit this party. When people say that, listen, Gary, I don't want to support you because you're with the UNC, I say, are you really serious? That is your reason? You're supposed to support me and my party because of the principles of us.
Well, Mr. Griffith, if I may ask you then, I'll be very honest with you. I suppose I'll use the words from my colleague Camille Pascal. It's refreshing. This is a different side of Gary Griffith.
Yes, this is the most gracious.
We're hearing this morning. But with that being said, okay, fair enough. I take everything that you're saying as words. Actions comes next. The Prime Minister, I've asked every guest this morning, the Prime Minister said, come, let us unite and build a nation together. Is the NTA willing to work with the People's National Movement?
Hey, everyone, listen. When people try to attack me for forming a strategic alliance with the UNC, you know what they forgot? Who was the first person when the NTA was formed? Who did we say that we wanted to work with? Keith Rowley. I contacted him. I made a public statement. I wrote to him personally. He ignored the letter. He ignored the public statement when I said, listen, you are the Prime Minister, you are the Chair of the National Security Council. Yes, granted that you have the most incompetent Minister of National Security, which, by the way, the PNM did a brilliant job in trying to sideline Fitzgerald Hines through the local government election. That was a master stroke. By him saying nothing, did so much to help the PNM. Excellent job, the PNM. Congrats. So I went to Dr. Rowley and I said, listen, we might be political opponents, but you're not the enemy. I do not see the enemy. Listen, when these politicians speak about, oh, the PNM is the enemy or the UNC is the enemy. Hey, fellas, calm down. You don't know what the enemy is. Enemy is what I encountered when I was at Sanders fighting with IRA. But anytime you go on night, we have to look after, see if a bomb is under your car, or being in the United Nations in Haiti, or being the youngest officer in the attempted coup. So this nonsense about who is the enemy. So Keith Rowley could never be my enemy. He's a kind of strange fellow, and I know he has a lot of he has a lot of passion for Trinidad and Tobago. What happens is his emotion of his hatred for the UNC gets him carried away, especially on a platform. But I went to him and I said, I am willing to help you. I want you to succeed. The day anyone in my party or my executive will say that I want to see the government fail, well, then you and I are no longer comrades. Then you and I have a different alignment in how to develop this country. So I went to him and I said, listen, I'm willing to help you. Because of my ability, I had measured success as the Minister of National Security. It was the highest reduction in serious crime in 30 years. I had measured success as the Commissioner of Police. It was the highest reduction in violent crime in 17 years. Public trust and confidence in the police moved from 14 to 55%. Crime became the number 4 concern behind health, education, and the economy. So I said, look, the country is now in dire straits. It has never been so fearful of crime. People have never been so mortified. I said, I'm willing to help you. You know what the man said? I don't care. So in a nutshell, he said, look, I'd rather see the country washed in blood than to work with you. That is the type of politics where he and I will differ. So when people say, well, if I'm willing to work with you, of course I was. Because I am a patriot before a politician, which could be probably my flaws as a politician. You're not going to hear a politician praising the PNM or the UNC, but I have, and I just did today, and I will continue to do so. I am not here to make enemies. I'm here to unite a country regardless of your political affiliation. So to answer your question, I did, and it was rejected.
Well, Mr. Griffith, I'm having a bit of dissonance. On the one hand, I've heard you today and on another interview saying that what appeared to be one of the strategies of the NTA was to enter in areas controlled by the PNM so that they wouldn't just assume they had it in the bag. So you entered Diego Martin so that they would have to divert some of their resources that they intended to use in Sandy Grande. I heard you say that this morning, to fight Diego Martin. So your strategy to me seemed to basically undermine the PNM. But then you're saying, I have nothing against Mr. Rowley, I will work with him. So I'm having dissonance. You want to work with him or you want to undermine him? Which one?
You're 100% incorrect. You can't compare me wanting to help a government govern a country to trying to be friends with a political party to win an election if you're a political opponent to me. Two totally different things. Because you're speaking about Keith Rowley as the Prime Minister, the Chair of the National Security Council, who needs help to stop people from being murdered, raped, home invasion. To Keith Rowley, the political leader, who is my political opponent. Two totally different things. So you're lost.
No, I'm talking about the party. Your role is not about, I'm not talking about you trying to undermine Mr. Rowley. I'm saying that your strategy here appeared to be on work in PNM strongholds, give them a fight there so that they have to divert resources away from areas that the UNC contested, such as Sandy Grande and San Fernando. So your whole strategy was to undermine the PNM, but you're saying, I'm still willing to work with the PNM to take the country forward.
Yeah, let me rephrase it then. There's a difference between the PNM and the government. So, of course, my job is to undermine and to try to affect the PNM as a political party for us to win. In the meantime, whilst the PNM is in government, my job is not to undermine them as it pertains to them running the country. PNM trying to win an election to PNM being in government, trying to govern the country and serve the country are two totally different things.
Well, if you see it that way.
No, I'm saying there's a difference with Keith Rowley, the Prime Minister, to Keith Rowley, the political leader of the PNM. So because someone wants to look at that person as the Prime Minister and I want to respect you and help you in serving the country, it means that I must not try to remove you from office in a political manner without trying to...
Funny enough, Mr. Griffith, I do to an extent understand where you're coming from, and I'll tell you why. When I saw conversations with the Prime Minister, Dr. Keith Rowley, as the political leader of the PNM, was actually, I thought, it was rather good, his conversations, his answering of the questions. It was calm, cool, collective. And then sometimes when he's speaking on from a different angle, I think I understand where you're coming from. Sometimes there are two different sides to the Prime Minister. But this morning, the NTA, of course, has to regroup, refocus, and has to find their path going ahead. You said a lot this morning, refreshing and surprising. but I will admit to you, if this is genuine, and as you said, when you formed the NTA, you're willing to work with the Prime Minister to try and fix Trans-Tobago, trying to even work with the government. Let's see what happens next. The Prime Minister made a call yesterday. Let's see if he will shake your hand as you're saying you will do this morning.
No, he's not going to do it. It's lip service. He sees me as the enemy. Anyone who doesn't have a political party card, which is another thing I intend to do. I have serious concerns when you get in government. It means that the only people who must be part of governing the country must be someone with a party card in your back pocket. Why, if I am Prime Minister, why can't I look? I know several persons in the PNM that I would love to work in government because they are good people. Why must you automatically cut 50% of your intellectual ability in the nation because they have a different party card? And because you do that, you have probably over half of the people in state boards who do not have a clue of the board that they represent. And because of that, it will cause loss of profitability, massive corruption. It is unfortunate we go so much into the politics, and that's exactly what it is. What you just said. The politics, it gets crowded into governance. Forget about take away the politics. Just do what is right. And I always say, if what is right, the votes will come. It happens with me. My national support has always been because I will always put the country first. And sometimes it may affect people say, well, Gary, why would you commend Keith Rowley when he's the enemy? I said, no, if he does do something good, he do something good. We must stop this. There are politicians that will never say anything good about your political opponent. I can't do that. That is not my style. When I was the Minister of National Security, there was not one incident of confrontation with me and the political opponents in the PNM because I respected them. They're not there. The enemy are not those who are on the other side of the parliamentary bench. The enemy are those people who try to deprive you of your fundamental right, which would be criminal elements. That's the way I see it. In the meantime, it doesn't mean that I will just say, well, okay, so let me just stay quiet to allow the PNM to win an election. I am a politician. And if it is that I feel that by me getting into politics and to serve the country, it means that I have to defeat the PNM politically. It must not be by me trying to deliberately sabotage the PNM to affect them in running a government. Two totally different things.
Mr. Griffith, thank you very much for joining us this morning on Talking Points, sir. Let's see what lies ahead. Keep well, sir. All the very best to you.
My pleasure. Take care.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Now, before we bid farewell to Mr. Kemuel Avery O'Keefe Pascal and Miss Janelle something John Bates.
Sharon has 3 syllables. You're the only one that's just a 2-syllable man.
Simple.
Yes.
Yes.
Kemuel Avery O'Keefe. I don't know why I'm still calling it out. What are your closing thoughts? Again, thank you for joining us this morning.
Certainly, it's been an interesting morning. Refreshing conversations. It was a refreshing way to end it off. Like just hearing what Mr. Griffith had to say, I am still almost in shock because it's
almost speechless.
Yeah, it's like a totally different man. But it's refreshing if that's the tone that he adopts going forward.
Yes, certainly. I agree with you. You didn't see my entire reaction because the camera was on Mr. Griffith as he was speaking, but my jaws dropped a bit there, actually.
Yes,
like
I must say.
Maybe the WhatsApp media releases might be a bit different from that one. Janelle John Bates, your closing thoughts.
My closing thoughts, and I would have to join with the Prime Minister, actually, and say that the elections are over. It was hard fought. I would like to congratulate every single person. There was 300 and something individuals who put themselves forward, because it's not easy, despite what people may think, it's not easy to offer yourself for public service. And that 6-week campaign, I think, was grueling for most. I congratulate everyone who stepped forward. But I would also want to encourage everybody, the elections, it's over. Let us all join hands. Let us join hands with Mr. Griffith. He seems willing. And let us take the country forward. Because someone is in a different party from you, that doesn't make them the enemy, as Mr. Griffith said.
Wise words, I suppose, to close the program. But ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us once more on Talking Point.
Thank you for having us.
And the platform is always open for young people. Exactly my point. You see, we don't have to form a political party if we've got the platform. Anyway, guys, we're going to take a quick break here. When we return, we'll be welcomed by another 2 guests joining us on Talking Points. We'll be right back after this.
Let the home store turn your house into a home you love. Get everything you need to give your home that special look and feel. We offer household items, lawn and garden, paint center, hardware, plumbing, lighting and electrical, toys and storage solutions. 5 convenient locations: 6th Avenue Barataria, The Falls at Westmore, Pennywise Plaza Shoguanas, C3 Center Branch and C3 San Fernando. Check out our Facebook page for more information and come visit us today. The Home Store. Turn your house into a home you love.
I am Rondell Donowa, attorney at law and host of Strictly Legal on WESN Content Capital. Strictly Legal is a legal program geared towards informing you, the public, of your legal rights, responsibilities, and remedies. So be viewing Thursdays, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m.
On the next episode of Nicole Larson Live, Living in Victory Every Day.
One of the first tips is putting God in the midst of it, and He's going to direct you. Another tip would be making sure that your business is in line legally.
Didn't you have a worker?
Yes, I used to borrow a worker.
You used to borrow a worker. And then you said to him, why don't you purchase? Or she purchased a worker for you.
Yes.
Listen to me. Look now, man.
Things are changing around us at the drop of a hat. And technology continues to challenge us. But not only is technology challenging us, but the changes in the world, in our global environment, is also challenging us in a significant way.
Like a tree, you have survived every kind of harsh weather. To believe that you can flourish again after a major catastrophe may be difficult, but by the grace of God, you will flourish again like a palm tree.
An encore of Nicole Larson Live, Living in Victory Every Day. Every Sunday at 8 p.m. and Wednesday at 4:30 p.m. on WESN.
heart would say, damn! Why we have so much minors out on the streets? There's an after-school program happening there. Side women, don't give up. You know, you can become queen one day. Those companies who are currently looking for their money that they deposited in the Silicon Valley Bank, it's not there. ChatGPT is basically the start of Terminator. Our relationship with the colonial powers is like a relationship with a little bit of abuse that people like to stay in. And we remember how that was. Put in $100 and later tonight, you'll get back 3,000. I promise you. I promise you not. Did you rent an accent while you were across there?
When you're in the proximity of Donald Trump, somehow you adopt his aura.
First of all, I thought that $200 would be more than enough. It's $200.
I was a goat farmer. I had 3 goats. Yeah, 3 goats and 1 cow. You know the name?
No, I don't.
Right, Messi, LeBron, and Cristiano Ronaldo. And the cow named Haaland.
I love Trinidad and Tobago.
People really want to know, what about me? Where do I fit?
Yes.
What is in the ride for me in terms of a better Trinidad and Tobago? And I'm pleased to shed some light on that.
The purpose of bail is to ensure your attendance at court. That's it. It is not punitive. It is not rehabilitative.
We, the police officers, we are professional, and we are here for whenever the survivor is ready to come forward.
We have the right to private and family life, the right to religious freedoms and beliefs and thoughts and expression. But these rights are not absolute. Certain rights can be limited.
The law is to govern the whole. It's for all of us in public.
Take some time for yourself or spend some time with the family at Sandy Point Village Hotel. Enjoy our various studio and suite apartments, self-contained with their own kitchenettes and Wi-Fi. We also have our famous 100-foot swimming pool and our beachfront restaurant, the Steak and Lobster Grill. And our location in Crown Point puts us near the center of activity from the nylon pool to the local nightlife. Call us and make your reservations at 639-8533, 389-2378 or email us at sandypointvillagehotel@gmail.com.
The issue, the continued rise in the price of flour and its impact on the cost of living in Trinidad and Tobago. How should we go about it? I want to ask you, what has been revealed to you about the state of vulnerability in the country because of this exercise and because of what we're going through? Is the government losing the war on the vaccine front?
The discussion should revolve around the common good for the greatest number of people in Trinidad and Tobago.
How do we inculcate a sense of respect and regard for people who may not be of your own political ilk or persuasion?
The communities are now being used by political opportunists. So
when the tables are turned, it's the same way. Okay, this has been 10 questions. I'm Andy Johnson, and we'll see you next time.
This city can't hold me, my vibe's too high, and my heart it told me jump right now, you will touch the sky. Feel my love unfolding like a laughing flame. All who did not know me when not done, they gon' know the name. Million people coming down, dancing to a song. Love is life and life is love, blessings from above. Can you feel the love that's in the air? Well, if you feel it, let me hear you say, dancing, moving everywhere. If you feel it, let me hear you say, na 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 na, eh na 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 na.
When I lost them, can't find my way. Is your love help me elevate? And when they try to block, I still come again. It's the way you lift me up. I could never give it up, no.
This is the way we celebrate independence. This is how it should be done. An event like this brings everybody out. All different race, creed, everything. This is our country. And how is the best way to celebrate our independence? With our national anthem. The vision I had 6 years ago, trying to make people happy. We started this event not to stop. This event must continue. And at Independence, we could celebrate it together as a country. Even though the hard, thin struggles, we will always remain together as one people. Thank you.
As we enter into our fourth hour of this edition of Talking Point this morning, we are now joined by Mr. Fuad Abubakar. He ran under the umbrella of the PDP for the election for the City Corporation, that is, of Port of Spain. Good morning, Mr. Abubakar. Welcome to the program.
Good morning. Pleasure to be here. Thank you for having me.
Well, thank you for joining us, sir. Well, following last night's defeat, is it that what have you learned? The people of Port of Spain do not necessarily want a change.
I don't think that is 100% true. There's a lot to analyze. As you said, you all have been on for about 4 hours, and I'm sure you all could continue for about 4 more hours just trying to sift through what exactly took place, the reasons why it took place. But on the outset, I first of all want to say thank you to the residents of the district of Belmont North and West who came out and gave me their support and their vote. For those who support me and who did not take part in the electoral process, I want to encourage them in the future to get involved. There are ways that we can influence and impact our society, and for sure the political process is one. I have a lot of work to do in terms of encouraging the youth to become involved in the process and seeing it as a viable way to enhance their lives. I felt as though, as I spoke with residents of the district, especially the younger ones, that there's a strong sense of hopelessness, of disenchantment in the political process. And that was difficult for me to overcome and difficult for the residents to overcome. And that is why you saw somewhat of the traditional voting in the district.
Well, Mr. Abubakar, so that is something that we actually are not surprised by. Through various other avenues, we have also heard that young people are not really a part of the process. In fact, there are many young people, including young educated professionals, pick whichever field and however you define educated, who are not necessarily even paying attention to the current events, paying attention to what's going on, much less having an informed opinion and then making an informed decision on an election day. So I have to ask now, do you have any sort of plans to address this specifically moving forward? Are you still unpacking the results of yesterday? Because of course, it's a very dynamic situation, especially for one such as yourself, who have a lot of questions now to ask moving forward, and potentially, more than one option, but I'll save that part of the question for after.
Yeah, so there has to be a serious re-education process. There has to be really sustained efforts at creating momentum and creating the understanding among the youth that it can make a difference. that is the greatest obstacle that I faced throughout the district. If we unpack some of the results, so the councillor incumbent for the PNM had a decreased voter turnout for her. She was able to get 555 votes, reduced from last year by about 100. The UNC was able to gain some votes and move to 173. And of course, I came in new to this particular district to some extent and was able to get the support of 50 individuals. So that shows with a electorate of 3,200, a voter turnout of a little less than 30% or thereabouts, that we have a serious problem with the local government electoral system, with the buy-in from the residents themselves. If a minority elected official is going to, look after a community, that is something that is not, it doesn't speak towards the confidence of the people of the district. And that needs to be looked at very, very carefully. It is either something is drastically wrong with our system or something is wrong with our citizens of the districts. As that's a big issue for me. So we can unpack that and we can deal with it as we go along, but definitely going forward as someone who's committed to the political process and also committed to betting Trinidad and Tobago through this process as well, we need to look at ways to reach the youth and to get them involved in the process so that they can feel represented, so that they can have some hope. I'll be very honest with you. It was, as much as it was heartening to deal with members of the community and interact, which is something that I absolutely love and enjoy, it was also difficult as well because the problems that the community faces, macro and micro, local problems, community problems, crime, they were almost overwhelming. And I know there's not the total responsibility, obviously, of a councillor, but in just interacting with the members of the district, it was a lot. It's a lot.
Mr. Abubakar, I have two questions for you. My first is, would Ford Abubakar ever be accepted as a representative in the political sphere in Trinidad and Tobago? You've tried many elections previously. You haven't given up, but do you think you'll ever be accepted as a political representative?
Yes, I feel confidently that I am accepted by the hundreds of people who have cast their vote for me in the past, and also a lot of other individuals who look to me as a leader beyond this political process, which, like I said, many people have been losing faith in. I think that is one of our greatest challenges in Trinidad and Tobago, understanding that things are becoming so despondent and hopeless for so many people that even the electoral process that is supposed to promise some type of representation and leadership and allocation of resources is being ignored, is being treated with apathy. When I tell you apathy, there are individuals across the entire district who said to me, Fuad, you is not a politician, he's a leader, and I don't want nothing to do with this system and this, the way it is going. So it is challenging, but I am not in it for the short term. I'm committed to service of my country and service of my fellow man. I believe strongly that we are not islands, that we are all interconnected in this small society, and that we must help each other. We must be our brother's keeper. Those who are strong must help those who are weak. Those who know must teach those who don't know. Those who know the way, how to live, need to also teach those who don't know. And that is my absolute effort within the political sphere and outside of the political sphere. So,
well, my next question is in two parts. I mean, you know, which political umbrella do you plan to fall under next? Are you choosing to remain with the PDP, or are you going back to the New National Vision? You never left, but you represented under this PDP umbrella. And if that be the case, how does the PDP, and by extension, Watson, Solomon, Duke, reinvent themselves going forward?
Well, I am committed to a new national vision, as I said when we had our last interview here. And, you know, I want to thank Mr. Watson Duke for the opportunity to work with him and also an excellent team. You know, I really enjoyed working with, you know, the 7 other candidates for the districts in Port of Spain. And I will continue to work with some of them. You know, how Mr. Duke works and deals with the people's, with the PDP is going to be his challenge. But we may well work in the future together as well. At the moment, the New National Vision has a general election campaign that we want to launch very soon. We have a lot of work to do, and 2 years, maybe two, may not be enough, but we'll make it enough. So that is where I am headed, and that is where the support and the other numerous people who belong to the New National Vision are headed.
Well, Mr. Abubakar, so you have obviously done a lot of work on the outside of the main 2 parties. So I also have a two-part question for you. First of all, because there are those like Jack Warner and to a lesser extent, but still on that train of thought, Gary Griffith, who think that, look, you still have to figure out a way to work within this 2-party system. Even in the case of Mr. Griffith, you have a third party, you still have to figure out how to navigate that within what the voting public seems to be going for. Now, in this upcoming general election, first of all, would you agree with that we're constrained by this 2-party ideology within the voting population, right, for better ways? And would that potentially mean that your party, the New National Vision, would you seek not necessarily just alliances potentially with the PDP in the future for this upcoming general, but maybe other parties or other coalitions, whether it is with the NTA-UNC or with the PNM or whoever else might come along? Will you be looking out for that?
So the dynamics of politics is such that you really have to think on your toes. It is extremely strategic at times. You have to make compromises as well. And where there are opportunities to carry forth your vision, and I hope that these entities are driven by a vision for Trinidad and Tobago that is beyond just power and the ability to distribute the resources to who they want to, etc., blah, 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 right? We would have to think on our toes as we continue, obviously. We are constrained by certain dynamics in Trinidad and Tobago. We are hoping that within this 2-year space that some reform can come to our political system as well. There are moves being made for, campaign finance reform, for our system of electoral politics to change in some way. We have been calling for the dynamic of central consolidated fund to fund all parties who have people's support, so that we would have some type of equaling of the playing field. As Mr. Griffith was speaking about before, he had a motorcade, I saw the big truck and common car, whatever. A lot of that sometimes comes down to finance. And, if you have an inequality of finance between parties, and you have individuals in your society putting in large sums of money into the politics, and that is the determinant of who wins, then when that party wins, it is beholden to those people who put, millions of dollars into campaigns. And that does not per se serve the people of Trinidad and Tobago. We need to reach a point where the politics comes back to the people. It should not be that representatives of districts are owned by their parties and are beholden to, a Balize or a Rising Sun or a Bamboo or a Crown or whatever. They should actually really be owned by the citizens of that district and work for them, and their policies should be driven by the desires of that burgess, So there are definite constraints. And this is the problem here. So it's extremely disingenuous for individuals to come and to agree with the system when it works for them, but when it does not work for them, they're going to bemoan it.
Yes.
And that is what you see very, very often. And we need to be true to ourselves, and we need to be honest in this society about where we are going politically. Is it really serving the 99% of the people, or is our politics going to continue to be owned by financiers who want financial returns for their investment? We need to be conscious, apart from the red and yellow, green, blue, BS that is being pushed.
Well, Mr. Abubakar, with regards to local government reform, which, as the Prime Minister indicated last night, they're going to go ahead. Are you a proponent of local government reform? Do you believe it will bring about the change in regards to the service so desired by people from the local government councils? Or do you think that local government reform is going to benefit all, regardless of political party?
Yeah. And this is why I kind of rubbished the argument and the campaign of the PNM with this, you voting for reform. We did not vote for reform or against reform. That legislation would come from our central government and our legislative system, and it will be imposed upon the local government setup once it is passed by our legislature. So it had nothing to do with us voting. What we were voting for are our representatives in different districts. And if people understand what politics is supposed to be, we should have chosen the best representative, the person who would have done what the district needs and desires to the best of their ability. And I hope that many people voted with that in their mind. Maybe a lot did not. It's a difficult process, the human being, and how the human being thinks based on what information is stuffed down our throats at times. So I actually am in favor of some of the reforms that are being brought. but I'm not in favor of the PNM representatives in many instances, or the PNM hierarchy and the way that they have governed the society for quite some time. So, you know, how are you telling me I'm voting for or against reform? Some of the reforms are positive. I would like to see councillors in districts with greater resources. However, I disagree totally with those resources being taken from the people through property tax. At this point in time, any responsible government who understands the pains of the masses of the people would know that after COVID-19 and after inflation upon inflation and other economic hardships, citizens cannot afford property tax at this point in time. The most vulnerable citizens who are renting and can't dream of affording a home of their own, as young people, we cannot afford an increase in our rental costs, be it $1,000 for the year or $1,500 a year. It is not adding up at the moment. As a representative of the Belmont North and West District, someone who walked and spoke to the residents of the district, the vast majority of individuals, including those who probably voted PNM as well, they cannot afford property tax. They can't. You know, it's going to be burdensome on them. But, you know, they voted still for whatever other reasons. And it's going to have a real backlash on those districts that are depressed and those districts that are reeling economically. I will tell you that Belmont North and West, that stems this once middle-class community that is now a struggling class community, being stricken by poverty, drugs, crime, deprivation, homelessness. You know, this community is going to be negatively affected by any extra tax or costs to their living. So, you know, we need to be sensible. I'm very sober, you know, I'm a sober-minded individual. And when I go across my district, you don't find that. You find a lot of people on the streets of Belmont, by the bars, you know, by the pushers. Marijuana is the new, well, not the new, but it is being overly used in our community. There's the reintroduction of cocaine as well as a real big thing in our community as well, because the barrier of weed is not enough to block out the stress and to block out the reality. And now people are choosing to hide even further away from reality with harder drugs. And it includes quite a number of young people who are, you know, it's just hopeless for them. They don't see a future.
Mr. Abubakar,
sorry to go on.
No, it's fine, because we've given you your due time this morning, because we gave everybody else an opportunity. I'm sorry that I couldn't extend more time, but this is a marathon this morning. You know, but I want to thank you nonetheless for joining us this morning, for sharing your thoughts and opinions. And I know there is a need to have an extended conversation at a later date to share with us more information about what you would have witnessed, what you would have experienced, what you would have heard on the ground in Belmont. Elections have closed, and, you know, nonetheless, well done on a campaign. Unfortunately, it was not a successful campaign. But nevertheless, there's still a lot more to dissect.
I think a point there. No. My campaign was successful with 50 votes, and I continue to work towards the goals that we are trying to achieve. I want to thank as well all the candidates who made the effort, even across parties as well, the genuine ones I want to appeal to them who want to fight for Trinidad and Tobago, to stand up in your parties for what is right. And that is the way that your district and your country will go forward. I want to say a special congratulations to Macamillion, because I see him as a young mover and shaker. I want to say congratulations to Neil De Silva as well, a former candidate of the New National Vision who won for the first time. He made the effort on a number of occasions with us as well. I want to say congratulations to everybody, but it is about Trinidad and Tobago. Let us be sober. Let's try to see through the nonsense, and let us work towards a better Trinidad and Tobago. We have a lot of work to do, guys. We have a lot of work to do.
Thank you very much, Mr. Barker. Do have a good day.
All right, you too. Blessings.
Good luck to you, sir.
All right, so the marathon continues. We take a break now on Talking Point. When we return, we'll welcome our final guest for this morning's edition of the program. Sean Michael Small, we're still awake.
Oh my! It moved a lot faster than I expected.
It actually is flowing quite well this morning. I mean, you probably haven't heard so much from Sean and I. We gave the opportunity to Janelle and Kemal this morning. Sean and I always have the platform where we can have further discussions later on in the week. But it's good to hear from everyone. There was a bit of banter this morning, of course, between Mr. Big and Mr. Alexander. We had Mr. Griffith. We just had Mr. Abu Bakr. We welcomed the minister earlier. But as I said, there's a lot more to get into, a lot more conversations. We're just giving everybody their opportunity this morning. And we're analysing what they are suggesting, asking our questions, and of course, more to come throughout the week. But the show doesn't end here. We'll be right back after this.
We exposed 5 strangers to KFC's delicious chicken to see if any time could be KFC time. And at the first bite, the party began. We repeated the experiment during the day, during business hours, on weekends, with sunshine, with rain. And it's confirmed. KFC's flavor makes anytime KFC time. KFC, it's finger licking good.
Let the home store turn your house into a home you love. Get everything you need to give your home that special look and feel. We offer household items, lawn and garden, paint center, hardware, plumbing, lighting and electrical, toys and storage solutions. 5 convenient locations: 6th Avenue Barataria, The Falls at Westmall, Pennywise Plaza Shoguanas, C3 Center Branch and C3 San Fernando. Check out our Facebook page for more information and come visit us today. The Home Store. Turn your house into a home you love.
Take some time for yourself or spend some time with the family at Sandy Point Village Hotel. Enjoy our various studio and suite apartments, self-contained with their own kitchenettes and Wi-Fi. We also have our famous 100-foot swimming pool and our beachfront restaurant, the Steak and Lobster Grill. And our location in Crown Point puts us near the center of activity, from the nylon pool to the local nightlife. Call us and make your reservations at 639-8533, 389-2378, or email us at sandypointvillagehotel@gmail.com.
FanZone, your reliable, authentic supplier, has just gotten better. You can now visit our website www.fanzonett.com for your authentic wear and collectibles. The only place where you can use both your Visa debit and credit cards. Visit our website fanzonett.com to make your purchase today.
Join me, Dr. Nalini Kokram, on What's Up Doc, where we discuss all your burning questions concerning health.
Trinidad and Tobago is among one of the highest risk group of patients that develop this form of genetic breast cancer.
What I'd like to take home from a short interview like this, screening. You must screen.
Because it's silent.
It's silent.
Yeah.
And because it's silent, you don't know it's there.
What's Up Doc, every Tuesday and Thursday on WESN, Content Capital.
All right, we've got about 15 minutes left, and we're going to welcome now Dr. Shane Mohammed. Dr. Mohammed, welcome to the program. Thank you for joining us. With the time that you have left, a lot was said this morning. We heard from Marvin Gonzalez, who spoke about the PNM needing to communicate better, and there are lessons to be learned from this. We heard from Brian Bigg. He seemed to have given quite a victory speech this morning.
Very positive
We
on
heard,
his side.
we heard from Philip Edward Alexander. He's indicated that how it seems to be people not wanting to come out to vote, but if they did, they made it marginal. In fact, he said that the PEP will be instituting 141 shadow councillors over the course of the next 2 years. Well, very soon, he hopes. We've heard from Guy Griffith, who, refreshing, a bit of a breath of fresh air this morning, indicating his willingness to work with the Prime Minister as well as the People's National Movement, central government, saying that we shouldn't create enemies, we should create unity. And we just heard from Ford Abubakar, who said, listen, I got 50 votes, but it was still successful because I learned a lot, and he's not going to give up. Dr. Shane Mohammed, the floor is yours.
Well, I predicted it right. I got it right again. I did say that, and to my credit, I don't always credit myself for these things, but I got it right again. And beyond the 7-7, we were last night when we were looking at going into the electoral districts. There's some very significant impacts that was made. And I think those impacts were made because of the involvement of Mr. Griffith and Mr. Warner in the alliance that they made with the United National Congress. So we would have seen that the UNC would have gone from 5 to 6 seats in the Grande Corporation, more or less cementing their hold in Sangre Grande, and within that whole framework of Toco Sangre Grande and Komoto Manzanilla. We've seen that they've gone even further with 6-1 in Mayaro. There's one seat in Princestown that had always been shaky, which is the Hindustan seat, and that would have gone to the PNM. People would have asked, how is that possible? It has traditionally been one of those marginal seats and seats to keep our eyes on. There has been the UNC. What has happened is that the UNC has moved up in the count that they would have had in 2019 in terms of electoral districts. So even though in 2019 they would have had 7 corporations, they would have been in the minority as it pertains to the allocation of electoral districts. Now, in 2023, they have moved up and are now sitting at 71 to 70, and there are several seats that may call for recounts. They came very close to winning the Santa Margarita seat in the Tunapuna-Piaco Regional Corporations by losing by 54 seats. And they came very, very close again to winning the Coquille-Taruba seat, which would have flipped them in favor and given them the San Fernando Corporation by 48 votes. Now, this is the kind of things that happen when there's political alliances and allegiances. This is what happens when people see the big picture and they realize that we cannot be operating in silos. There are pockets of people that want to contribute to the national landscape and have the ability to contribute to the national landscape. But are political parties open to the differences of opinions, the differences of strategies, the differences of philosophies? Can there be an alignment of those philosophies and ideologies? It begs to ask the question going forward. I heard something very mind-blowing, and I think all of us who were on the panel last night, showed us a better surprise when the Prime Minister said that we should all come together to build a nation. I don't think anybody in this country, and any political opponent, and anybody who has an interest or a stakeholder in the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, ever said that they were not interested in building a nation. The problem is that the PNM has always been a closed party and a system where if you did not become a PNM member, you were not part of the whole and you were not included in it and did not have a seat at the table. And Marvin Gonzalez talking about the need for the government to communicate better with the country came from Dr. Shane Mohammed, who said last night blatantly that even in his call, the Prime Minister's call for us to come together and build a nation, tone is important. Pronunciation is important. Intonation is important. You don't talk to people and talk down to people and talk to them in a level that, and then shout, great is the PNM, great is the PNM, great is the PNM. You can't want to talk about nation building on the one hand and then talk about great is the PNM on the other hand. Because at the end of the day, the PNM is not the nation. The PNM is not the catalyst for nation building. The people of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago is the catalyst of nation building. All political entities, and I come back to the relationship between Mr. Pandey and Mr. Manning. And on the passing of Mr. Manning, Mr. Pandey said, at the end of the day, Mr. Manning is a human being. And while we were political opponents, we were friends. And I don't understand in this country why it's been allowed for a level of divisiveness to exist between all political parties. There's a space for the PEP, there's a space for the NTA, there's a space for the Farmers Alliance, there's a space for the United National Congress, there's a space for the PNM. If we really want to build a nation, the Prime Minister needs to change his tone. The government needs to change their attitude. Because what happened yesterday was a complete message to both political parties. Given the number of persons that turned out to vote, and we are anticipating, based on the numbers that we've had preliminary, that the voter turnout is much lower than it was in 2019, which says that the majority of Trinidad and Tobago are completely and absolutely fed up with the rhetoric and the dialogue. The dialogue needs to change. And if we're talking about nation building and moving the country forward in a progressive manner, attitudes and behaviors also need to change from a leadership perspective. So is Mrs. Prasad Bisasa willing to open up her party and make her quote-unquote detractors, ask her quote-unquote detractors to come back into the United National Congress to strengthen the party going forward, given the fact that the party has Mr. Warner and Mr. Griffith? Or is it that it's only going to be Mr. Warner and Mr. Griffith and everybody can just hold a tail and go their way and, you know, a win is a win and she's on a high and that's the end of that? It can't continue like that, because there's also going to be a cross-section of the society, and a huge cross-section of the society, which includes a lot of young people, young professionals, who just does not subscribe to any of the political parties that exist. Otherwise, if that had been so, we'd have seen a greater impact being made in terms of voter turnout and a greater impact by parties like the PEP and the NTA.
Well, Dr. Mohammed, I actually like where you finished off. I don't necessarily care so much that the UNC got a few more seats. I am more concerned about the overall fact that the voter turnout might be lower than the last time. So to me, it didn't matter who came out ahead by whatever metric. Obviously, if somebody was like, well, we have 9, 10 corporations and that's a different situation. But in a 7-7 split, whoever had the 71, 70, 73, 60, whatever, I was more concerned that, hey, this election is an indictment on the political landscape. Now, the fact of the matter is, you ask the question, you know, why did we get here? And I do think to some extent we see something similar happening in the United States with regards to the two parties it's a war. And that's the rhetoric we're seeing more and more from the main parties in the political process. Even in the TPP now is a new party for the THA. I think I was speaking to Calvin Morris last night, and I said, well, I don't like that language. He's like, well, no, that's the language that we're getting from the THA, from the TPP. Is it that one party needs to maybe step up? If anyone, could any one party, whether it's the PNM, the UNC, the TPP, those are the ones that actually have seats, that hold positions. Is it that if we just get one to try to be more professional, that could somehow push the style of communication, the style of politics in a more positive direction? Because I would argue that the competition for elections has caused all of the parties involved to play to their base, and that's where we've reached where we are now.
Well, unfortunately, there's no base by the NTA does not have a base yet. And Mr. Griffith can say how many times he wants and talk about the 148,000 persons that voted for the COP. The end of the day, that did not work in this election in terms of, I was very hopeful that there would have been a greater impact and there would have been a greater turnout. But people just didn't want to come out. People just chose not to come out. For whatever reason, the communication, whatever the messaging was, is it maybe because it could be that he aligned himself with the UNC and people are just fed up with the UNC. And you're right about the numbers, but the point about the numbers and why I brought the numbers up is to show you that the PNM and the UNC are literally have now proven that they are more or less, well, not more or less, they are literally the same, different sides of the same coin. Mm-hmm. You flip one, you see the PNM. You flip the coin over, you see the UNC. Yes. And the fact that they are on equal ground at 70-71, whether it is one or the other, it means that they're one and the same. It means that the country, they've pandered to their base. Their base is what got them to where they are now. The 7-7 means that the country, it doesn't mean that the country is split. It means that the base is what is holding up and holding up these two political parties. The other 80-something% of the population that has chosen not to vote clearly does not align themselves to the philosophy of Philip Alexander, clearly does not want to just simply yet give in to the NTA, which between you and I believe if the NTA would, if Gary were to give way to Nicole Dyer Griffith as political leader of the NTA, they may get more people subscribing to the NTA because Nicole is more charismatic. Her flair is much more one that is encouraging, and she's more embracing. She knows how to speak. She knows how to carry to herself. Not that Gary doesn't, but Gary is very much about he has a lot of antics that has its space and its place. But when we're talking serious business here, we're talking about the future of a nation and how we go forward. If I were to give an analysis of what happened yesterday, is that the entire country, the majority of the country, said no thank you to all political parties.
Well, for time, if you could be short, are we stuck in a two-party system, or can a third party, whether it takes 2 elections, 3 elections, is that what we need?
We don't have time for 2 or 3 elections. We don't have time for that. If we don't sit down and realize that as of yesterday, as of last night, people are completely fed up. The mass majority of Trinidad and Tobago has sent a very clear message to all political leaders that they're fed up of the dialogue, the discussion, the rhetoric, the conversation, the topics, the kind of language, the choice of language, the strategies, the communications, the lack of communication, the lack of delivery, the lack of services, all of those things. The lack of unity, the lack of conversation, the lack of bipartisanship, all of those things. The country is fed up that none of those things seem to exist anymore. We are literally down the middle of the road, fighting each other, and we are going to and suddenly the Prime Minister gets an epiphany last night that we should build a nation. We should have been speaking about building a nation a very long time ago. And you don't speak about building a nation and then at the same time, well, great is the PNM. No, great is Trinidad and Tobago. If that is what you want to say, long live Trinidad and Tobago. God bless Trinidad and Tobago. We are Trinbagonians together. That's the language that you want. That's the nationalism that you want. That's what you want.
Dr. Mohammed, I know that, well, we're out of time because you have another engagement now, but thank you very much for joining us. A lot more analysis is necessary.
I will just, and I've begged for some time from my international people, but I'll tell you this. It is not too late for something new to arise. Oh, I got some extra time from my international people, if you all don't mind.
Well, if the thing is, we've got
how much time?
We've got to break very quickly for our news.
I could break for the news and come back if you all want.
Yes,
let's have some extra time.
Let's break for news, and when we return, we'll continue with the analysis.
Here is the WESN News on the Hour. I am Sarah Ali. Thanks for joining us. Here are the headlines. EBC to release official results later today. Dr. Rowley says the outcome of the election will not dampen his plans for local government reform. NTA claims that they were able to reduce the tradition margins in the LGE. And internationally, Donald Trump and 18 others charged in Georgia election inquiry. Now for the details. Official information from yesterday's local government elections should be available to the public by the close of business today. This according to the Chief Election Officer at the Elections and Boundaries Commission, Fern Narciscope. She gave the assurance while speaking yesterday on Power 102 Digical's Power Breakfast Show. She indicated that the EBC will be in a position to provide the nation with information on the turnout of Monday's local government elections by the close of business today. Final official results may take a while, as candidates interested in a recount have until noon today to ask for one to be carried out. Prime Minister Dr. Keith Rowley insists that the outcome of the election will not dampen his plans for local government reform. Speaking to the media following his address to supporters last night, Dr. Rowley described the election as water under the bridge. He added that the government is now going forward to carry out local government reform exercises. Dr. Rowley noted that after the local government legislation was passed in 2022, the PNM reached out to the leaderships in several constituencies to discuss several aspects of the local government reform, but did not get the support it expected. He added that now the election is out of the way, he hoped that the common sense will prevail and that the opposition UNC and councillors will work with the government to implement the reform. Political leader of the National Transformation Alliance, Gary Griffith, thanked his supporters for Monday's local government election. Griffith in a release said it was a monumental showing, having gone up against the People's National Movement. Griffith also claims the NTA was able to reduce the traditional margins held by the People's National Movement. He also encouraged his supporters who voted for his party to continue to campaign and rescue the country from what he calls is poor governance. He also thanked his partners at the UNC, who he said helped increase the margins in the country's electoral districts. Internationally, former U.S. President Donald Trump has been charged with attempting to overturn his 2020 election defeat in the state of Georgia. It is the fourth criminal case brought against him in as many months. Mr. Trump, who is the leading Republican candidate for president in 2024, was indicted along with 18 other allies. He denies all 13 charges against him, which include racketing and election meddling. He has said they are politically motivated. Georgia prosecutor Fannie Wills first launched an investigation in February 2021 into allegations of election meddling against Mr. Trump and his associates. Well, that's News to the Hour on WESN. I am Sarah Ali. Thanks for watching.
We exposed 5 strangers to KFC's delicious chicken to see if any time could be KFC time. And at the first bite, the party began. We repeated the experiment during the day, during business hours, on weekends, with sunshine, with rain. And it's confirmed. KFC's flavor makes any time KFC time. KFC, it's finger licking good.
Welcome back to Talking Point. Dr. Sheen Mohammed is with us. We just have about 10 more minutes in this marathon this morning. But Dr. Mohammed, where you left off in regards to time, that we don't have time. And because of that, is it that the People's National Movement and the United National Congress are missing out on an opportunity to reinvent themselves, especially when you have a lot of young people now who are not entirely sure what's going on with TNT and exactly where, if they see their future in Trinidad and Tobago.
The thing about it is that the UNC, one person was trying to engage me just in the wee hours of this morning, and it was irritating because there's still those who believe that this means that Mrs. Prasad-Bissessa's her leadership is legitimate. And I'm not saying that it's not legitimate, but what I think has to happen is that the party itself, the party structure, needs to have there needs to be a strategy to reinvent the party structure. As I said, there needs to be more intellectual persons sitting around the table and more people of competence and people that the population feel confident in. The fact that there are persons that are missing from the equation does not add to the UNC's credibility. It just simply says that Mrs. Prasad-Bissessa just simply took an opportunity and a lifeline from Gary Griffith and Mr. Warner to get to where she is today. What did she do? Well, time will tell, because we're still looking to see what will happen on Tuesday as it pertains to the allocation of aldermen. If it is that in San Fernando they were able to secure the popular vote and enough to get 3 out of the 4 aldermen in the city corporation, then the San Fernando may simply by popular vote flip in favor of the UNC. However, given that it was stiff competition in certain seats, the PNM may very well be able to maintain 2-2 in terms of allocation of aldermen, and the corporation stays in favor of the PNM, which I think is what is going to happen. Putting that aside, I don't know if Mrs. Prasad-Bissessa is prepared to do the necessary work that is needed to reinvent the UNC, because she is one that will see that this is a victory and see it as a victory, and that it has, caused her to hold on to the leadership of the party. Not many people in and out of the party will agree with her philosophy, and there are those who are going to want her to stay on for their own political opportunity and space and place, right? So the point is this: do we need change? Yes. Can we get that change out of the UNC and the PNM? The answer is no. Unless somehow or the other, somebody magnanimous arises as a new leader within the PNM that is not Indo or Afrocentric, but is more nationalistic, then there may be some hope. Does someone in there exist? I do have my eyes on persons within there that exist, but because politics is about a cut up and a cut down, I can't call names. Within the UNC, the political leader of the UNC has created it where there's no succession planning, and to succeed her would be a fight down. Are people prepared for that fight down? The neophytes will want to go engage her for that fight down. There are persons that has left a very bad taste in the mouth of the population and the voters that the population do not want to see again, and they still have the air of the political leader of the UNC, and that will not augur well, because they are also agents of those individuals within the rank and file and within the parliamentary arm of the party. So what then must our people do? We need to stand up and make a very strong decision. We need young leaders. We need charismatic leaders. We need leaders that connect to the ground. We need young people to stand up and come together. We need interested parties of both mature politicians, past, present, and future, to come together and form something new and give the PNM and the UNC a run for their money. Is it too late? It's never too late, but time is of the essence. And at the end of the day, we have no time if we just sit down and do nothing between now and 2025. And a leader will arise. Leaders will come forward. People, let me tell you something. We can go back to the time of the biblical times, when God chose Moses, as Moses was a man of speech impediment. He couldn't speak properly. He doubted his ability, and he questioned God's wisdom when it came to choosing him. There are other people who would have thought that David would have fought Goliath and with that sling and shot, but he went forth and became King David. The same could be said about several other persons. I bring the story of Arjuna and Krishna on the battlefield, and Arjuna telling Krishna, "My Lord, we are the people that I'm going against are my own." And Lord Krishna said to Arjuna, "Sometimes to succeed, You have to fight against your own in order to secure your space. The point I'm making to those who want change in this country, you have to be prepared to stand up and be accounted for. And all young people who are disenchanted, stand up and let us see you and let us do something to build a nation that is outside of the framework of the PNM or the UNC.
Well, Dr. Mohammed, as much as Jack Warner and to a lesser extent Gary Griffith has said, well, you know, it's a two-party framework, we have to figure out a way to work with that. I would ask this, first of all, is it that the elections and the lack of engagement, and potentially, you know, you could question the engagement of the last general to some extent as well. Is it that it's an indicator that, look, if somebody brought a legitimate challenge as a third party that was not just there trying to win votes and advance political ambitions of the individuals involved, is it a message now, not just y'all aren't engaging the voters, but y'all are leaving an opportunity for somebody else to come in and to sweep the rug from under your feet and to maybe upset the apple cart, and all of a sudden your comfortable 1-2 spots aren't going to look like how it always has?
You remember, so I like when you talk about upset the apple cart. We need to upset the apple cart, and quite frankly. Remember when Jesus walked into the temple and he just mashed up everything because people were just doing whatever they wanted? It's exactly what we need to do. We need people to come together and forget about what exists. What exists is not working. What exists wants the status quo to remain. In fact, Mrs. Pissadli, whether she win or lose the general election in 2025, in fact, even if she loses, she sits very comfortably. It is the people of Trinidad and Tobago and their lives and livelihoods that are at risk. Up to this day, there's nothing that has generated anything in terms of revenue generation and foreign direct investment to boost our economy to say that we are competitive against our neighbors like Guyana. We have a refinery that is sitting in Pointe-a-Pierre that is rotting away as a result of the elements. And as I said last night, I will repeat again today. You can't tell me that we don't have the competence in the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. Even if we take the people who are competent from the road, who are part of the roadmap to recovery, to reinvent and to reinvigorate and to re-energize and to start up that refinery, we have the capacity here. But those persons may not necessarily be PNM. And I am disgusted by the fact that unless you are PNM, you are eliminated. So if you're not PNM, you're eliminated. If you're not UNC, you're eliminated. So those of us who are neither PNM or UNC who are eliminated maybe need to come together, bring your philosophy, bring your ideology, bring your ideas, bring your policies, and let's create a new document that may just very well carry Trinidad and Tobago forward. And I am telling you that I believe, given what happened yesterday with regard to voter turnout, the base is depleting while the progressives are increasing. But the progressives need to stand up and be accounted for. So let's upset the apple cart. Let us create our own opportunities rather than trying to make mediocre and trying to be what I call piecemeal, trying to make piecemeal arrangements that will fall apart. Winston Ducaran showed us that with the right vision, the right leadership, the right communication, the right persons who are like-minded, and a level of open-mindedness to what people's goals and objectives are, you can more than create a movement that will create that change. Because at the end of the day, there are going to be people who wants to know that any new entity is going to create policies that is going to improve their lives and not just simply tax people into oblivion.
Dr. Shane Mohammed, thank you very much for your time this morning. There's a lot more we can ask you. There's a lot more.
Yes.
But I want to thank you for your time, for your presence.
I have made a promise to you all. I have made a promise to you all to come on studio and to come on set. I want you to hold me to that. You set the date and time and I'll be there.
I'll tell you what, we'll hold you to account.
Very much so.
And provide you with the opportunity.
I'll take that.
All right, Dr. Mohammed, keep well. Take care.
Take care.
Well, Sean Michael Small, that's a lot this morning to digest, but the most important thing is that every individual from, well, the majority of political parties. We did not have other political parties. There was Trinidad Humanity Campaign. Of course, there was the MSG that was involved. There was one candidate coming out from that party in Tobago that is led, of course, by Nkosi Phillips. What can we take away from this morning's lessons? Yes, opportunity is necessary, great involvement with young people. These are all things that we have heard before. And as much as we have these conversations, many a times they tend to fall on deaf ears. So I suppose going forward, the most prominent effect that we can have is continuing the conversations, but pushing a narrative or an alternative to the usual rhetoric that we've grown so accustomed to.
And this is just advice for those young people that have either entered one of the main two political parties recently within the last term or within this now local government election. I think there's always that temptation, well, let me play ball, let me be a part of the status quo, right? But I think now with what Dr. Mohammed said, with what Philip said, the positive outlook by Mr. Griffith, although you could hear some concessions, you could hear that he was not naming names, so ironically, it wasn't all targeted towards the PNM, his primary political opponents. Eventually, I think, at the pace we're going, that opportunity for somebody to upset the apple cart, to cause serious disruption, will happen. The question is, how far does this have to go for the population to now say, enough is enough, I am going to vote for new blood, right? New blood meaning somebody who's not going to, you look like new blood, but you're going to have the same practices.
I think to a great extent I made this argument, and I will make it one more time this morning. The biggest enemies to Trinidad and Tobago, many a times, are the citizens themselves. Yes. I think many a times citizens tend to do themselves an injustice. And we're not going to get that level of motivation from a political leader or political party anytime soon. Political parties will come, political parties will go. But to motivate ourselves for true, meaningful change. And when I say change, I don't mean we taking out the yellow and we put it in the red, or we taking out the red and we put it in the other. That's not change. That's a change of face, because I agree with Dr. Mohammed. PNM and the UNC are two faces of the same coin.
Yes.
Right? That level of change has to come from a paradigm shift that could only come from the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. And they need to do themselves a justice by not opening their eyes, but by opening their minds.
Let me just deconflict here, because to some extent, the communication from the Prime Minister and some of the members of the PNM was better over this campaign cycle, right? And Gary Griffith's messaging this morning, that's the kind of stuff we do want to hear. But I think a conclusion now that is not going to say, well, but they're starting to sound better. Well, one could argue, is it too little, too late? You could say these nice things, but will you actually be able to implement a change in culture with regards to your internal politics and how you manage your party, as well as with regards to how you engage with the people? Because it seems as though at the end of the day, no matter how much it might seem that there's a desperation for change, the want to appeal to the base, or even the need to appeal to the base, is too tempting.
I think that earlier at the beginning of the show, we had a debate on whether or not the PNM or the UNC won this election. I think only the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, we can get the true winners of the election in months to come, to see whether or not the citizens of TAT get the service that they so need. I wouldn't make the argument that they deserve, because again, I'm keep going on this premise that open up your mindset. Mm-hmm. But it is certainly something that is needed. And we can only tell whether or not the people of TNT have won in the next months, the next year, seeing what is to come.
I think I have seen all that I need to see. I understand what you're saying. I do think that some sort of reform in local government is needed for local government to be effective. I think the efficacy of local government doesn't matter on this election, right? Who wins, who loses. The system has its issues. I think for the most part now, at this status quo being maintained, the low voter turnout, the messaging being not good enough, the engagement being not good enough, I personally don't need to see anything more. I think there's no winners in this election from every single political party, as well as the voters themselves. We the people, everybody has lost.
I think, I will disagree with you. I'll stick to my guns and say, let's see. We could win. People could benefit, but it's only in time to come. This morning we can't say what's going to take place. But if you want to judge based off of history, if you want to judge based off of what we're accustomed to, unfortunately we have to, accept it and grow accustomed to it. This is one thing. Then, maybe Sean is right. Then, only then, is Sean right. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us for this marathon of Talking Point this morning, a special edition. We're into our 4th hour, and I think it's time Sean and I retire.
I think it's 5th. We're into the 5th hour.
Oh, actually, you're actually right. Yes, we are into the 5th hour. Oh, you see, that's why we need to take a break.
I thought an hour and a half was long.
I thought so too. But to Janelle, John Bates, and Camille Pascal, thank you very much for joining us this morning for their contributions. And to all our guests via Zoom, thank you so much. We didn't have every single guest that we hoped to have joined us this morning. But guess what? There's always hope in another edition of Talking Point to come.
Yes, just to say, tune in tomorrow. We'll have Karen Sheriff to speak about the election, and also the first opportunity you, the viewer, will have to call in and tell us what you have to think with regards to what has transpired so far.
There's also a big topic to dissect with Karen Sheriff.
Oh yes, she is going to have her opinions. Oh boy, can't wait.
Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, I'm Keaton Shaw, that's Sean Michael Small. This is the Content Capital WESN, and we'll see you again tomorrow morning. Bye-bye.
WESN.
I'm Andy Johnson, and you're watching WESN, the Content Capital.